Okay, I think this is already set at the right part because I already had a couple of resets before getting the run in. But we're going to sit and record this commentary live over on twitch.tv/excel86j regarding my Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade PS5 speedrun that I did last week. It's now Thursday, the 30th of November. 2023, and I recorded this on the 24th, last Friday. This will be, once submitted, this will be a world record by 20 minutes for easy New Game Plus, no major glitches. So there's no out of bounds, none of that stuff. We just use max level characters and use whatever strategies that are in the game to go as fast as possible. When I did the run, I recorded it like offline and just got the run in and sat down and focused and kind of sweated it out a little bit because I wanted a nice time. This was the third run out of my derusting. I had a 450 that I got on stream, a 446 with a few minutes time loss that I got on stream, and then this 439 that I got like offline kind of thing. But we're going to sit and watch this today and talk about it. I want to go over what I did in my run, kind of rewatch it as well to see what I did well, what I did badly. I know that my early game is pretty damn good, so like not much went wrong as far as I remember. Okay, we're not coming with them. We're immediately holding forward and square and killing those guys. The footage might look a little bit choppy. I do apologize. All of the versions will. It was to do with my splitter, I think, interfering with my Elgato. But for the most part, it should hopefully be presentable. So we are rolling away from these guys. There's a few ways you can get through here. You can roll. You can combat roll, which is where you alternate attack and roll or hit them at the same time. And he cancels this roll animation. Here we're going to use a move called triple slash. The intention here, triple slash hits 3 times. The intention is to whiff or miss the first hit, so you'll see me hit nothing, and then hit the second enemy, hit the third enemy, and then roll out of the last hit. That rollout saves a good couple of seconds. You're going to see me do this a lot. Hopefully the audio's okay. I might be a bit louder than the game, but that's what commentary is for, right? I will link the no commentary version in the description for YouTube as well. So I like to just stand there until he says this way and then move, and you can kind of get the quickest access on these prompts. Triple slash these guys. Again, you can whiff the first one. You can whiff the first one towards you, get lucky with a 2-for-1 on the second hit, kill the third guy and roll towards that exit, but it doesn't always work. This one, however, is very consistent. Whiff, slash, slash, roll. Get past Jesse. And you'll also see, I'll explain it now, the cutscene skip is start down X. But for some of them, when I'm prepared, you'll see that I hold down on the D-pad, press start X. That way you can technically skip on like the fastest possible frame. Your only limitation is your speed between start and X. But by the time you get there, you're already long overdue, so it's fine. It's the quickest way to skip. I don't do it on every cutscene, but there are some like this one I'm ready for. I'm holding down, boom, boom, instantly skipped. On a PS4, even with an SSD, this load time was about 18 to 20 seconds. On a PS5 on Integrate, that was on original. On PS5 on the Integrate version, that load time is like 3.5 seconds. It's correct, like before you see Barrett. So there, I used Barrett is equipped here with Thunder Magnify, and he's going to be taking care of many of the encounters from now on. Got amazing lasers here. Really good RNG. There's like RNG patterns with the lasers. Many runners do a save load by the Jesse, where Jesse's at the console. They do a save load there to manipulate the lasers, but in my experience it never works, and I get trash lasers anyway, or I don't. So I just run with, I save myself a few seconds on a save load, and I just roll the dice for a good laser. And then here, do a save load. So again, this is another strat you'll see. It's mainly an LRT PC strat, but the PS5 SSD loads so fast that we can afford to do it. Normally you'd have to wait for Jesse to open the door. It takes about 20 seconds or so. This way we're flying immediately, just in the time it takes to save and load. Sorry, this is going to be quite... Some of this is going to be quite rapid fire, because the first 3 chapters of this are rapid fire. Chapter 3, when we're with Tifa, then it will all calm down for a bit. But the initial start off of this is go, 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 go. Alright, here we're going to triple slash. Switch Barret to Thunder. I should have rolled out of my last triple slash, but I actually wasn't ready to do it, like, on the controller that time. But that still works. I lost like a second there, but that's fine. So, again, other runners roll away from that, but you can roll away, but sprinting is faster, and you can often still get hit by the laser, and you have to wait to flee before you can climb. I've always found in my experience it's quicker to just kill them all really quickly, and then you can just leave. Right, for the boss, triple slash with Cloud, switch to Barret, hold square, generate ATB. Hopefully, you start with good ATB like we did, and now we're on 2 bars. The fight is completely free. We've won. In previous old school strats, I used to use Catastrophe here, but now we use Aurora. You can use this on easy and normal, and then hold square again for ATB. You can see he's health gated. He's already in the next phase regardless. Then here, we're going to Thunder to skip the tail laser. And then depending on who has bar here, who has ATB bar, you can either triple slash with Cloud, Thunder with Barret, or if nobody has any, you can overcharge, press triangle with Barret, and you can still win that way. It's, like, free, regardless. I skipped slightly too early there, but still a 520 dead Scorp. Pretty good. Like I say, I was mega happy with this run while doing it, and especially when I ended it, you know, the final time that I got, I was, yeah, mega impressed. I didn't think it would be that ahead of my D-Rusts, because like I say, I had a 446, and that did have a few minutes of time loss, because I had some stuff go wrong. Okay, whiff a triple slash away, and then slash, slash, roll out, as you can see there. And you can see my controller input as well, obviously, below me, if you hadn't already noticed. That gets you ahead of Barret here. It's not much of a benefit other than a few, like a second. It's nano saves, but when I used to run this on an individual level basis, it was important to get all of those nano saves. I had record for the first 7 or so of these chapters for a while, and I currently still have from 2 until 2 through 7, I think. I don't have record for this chapter anymore because somebody bopped it. Really good run. So there's a little camera trick you can do here with Jessie, which is just by alignment, you can get a potential Jessie boost pushing you towards the next ladder. It's whatever. Quite often, she just pushes you away. Another thing you want to do is turn the camera and match where the game is going to put you. This will stop Cloud from stopping. Sometimes, otherwise, he will, like, stop while the camera turns. So you'll see me, like, pre-pan. Now, this next room, Cloud's going to triple slash. I'm going to switch to Barret, overcharge, switch back to Cloud, roll to the door. Like that. That is the quickest way I've found to do that. I could probably use Barret Magnify to stop the switch over timing, but I haven't tested that yet. So, again, this is where now Barret is just going to Thunder Magnify everything. Sometimes I triple slash through here like that and roll out. Sometimes I go for the triple slash and kill them all because I get a good spread of mono drives. And if not, I clean up with Barret. There's like 3 ways you can do that. Here, switch to Barret Thunder immediately. They're dead. Like, it's just one guy, I think. And then up here, there's a little bit of RNG, because if these guys dodge him, he wastes a bar. Hopefully they don't dodge. He gets ATB refresh, and then he kills the turrets, and then you're out. He has ATB stagger and first strike, so he immediately starts with an ATB, and then if he staggers an enemy, which often quite often happens if he strikes with their weakness, you'll see it with Cloud as well, then those guys are weak to lightning. If they get like, some of them, it's not even that they get staggered, but they almost get staggered and killed immediately, and that still gives him a charge. So therefore, as long as he's getting them charges back from the stagger refresh, he can just spam. And you'll see this again with Barret on chapter 5 and 6, I think it is. I think it's chapter 5. No, which one is it? Chapter 6.
I've never smelled anything so foul.
I couldn't remember for a sec.
Gotta do something about that, and soon.
Like, I don't remember this game as a chapters game. I remember it as a solid run. Do you know what I mean? Like a run through.
Get out of this place.
Narco density? The primary explosive? The blasting agent?
Hey, we can figure that out later.
I think that helps with how linear the game is. But also, one thing, this is my first like runs and first time playing the PS5 version, because I got a PS5 earlier this year, thanks to my mum. She graciously bought me one as an early Christmas present, so I'm still reaping the fruits of that right now, and getting to enjoy some of my favourite games. And this runs so smooth and so well on the 5. It's just wow. Like, this recording won't do it justice because of my Elgato and the splitter I was using. It's going to be a bit hokey here and there, a little bit frame dippy. Could also be my OBS. But I can assure you that in the game itself and on my screen as I was playing, it ran smooth as butter the whole time, not one hiccup. You'll see if you watch any of my PC runs on my YouTube channel or on Twitch, you'll see that they hitch on my PC, and they hitch consistently, like, in the same places. And there's, like, a bridge coming up here where it happens, and luckily now on PS5 it runs perfectly. It's lovely. Okay, not much to talk about here. Dialogue skips. Cutscene skips. Go to the left of the phone box, and I start taking this new line that I learnt, which is far right here. And then this bridge going up the top of the stairs, my PC version used to hiccup and hitch here. And, like, now it's just straight through. Lovely. And the other, because my PC version and my PC isn't really good enough to run this game, it dips a lot of frames. So it can run some areas at, like, 40 frames and whatnot. Again, this recording won't show it justice, but when I played, it was, yeah, it's just lovely. So, with that bridge there, where I skipped this cutscene, if you skip within, I believe it's the first 3 frames, I think you have a 3-frame window, I might be incorrect, but it's something along those lines, you can despawn Sephiroth here. Because, what's going to happen in this run, and what would happen if you played casually, and what you expect to normally happen, is Cloud will walk like this, all the way to the end of the next street. And at the end of the next, like, this flaming street here, when he gets to the end, and gets to that alleyway coming up, he's gonna see Sephiroth, and then he's gonna go, ugh, and he's gonna stop, and he's gonna walk even slower than he currently is. Well, if you skip that bridge cutscene in the first 3 frames or so, there's a chance you can despawn Sephiroth here. And if he despawns, this extra slowdown doesn't happen. You maintain your previous walking speed. And then in the subsequent alleyway coming up, instead of being forced to walk like I'm going to be doing here, you can run the whole alleyway, and then you walk like 2 steps, and then you run again as normal. But we didn't get it in this run, unfortunately, or I didn't, should I say. There are times when I'm streaming that there's an I and a we, but I guess when it's my run that we're looking at, it's my run, right? It's I. So yeah, I didn't get the skip here, but I have had it on my PC run, my 431. I'll probably link that in the description as well on YouTube so people can check that one out. That was also a former world record at the time. It's still currently 2nd place. It's not that bad. But here, match the camera pan. Pre-pan. I call it a pre-pan. But you pre-pan and then you're ready for that again because Cloud would stop otherwise. He only stops and then you start running again, but you just don't want that lack of momentum. Here, there can be some stair memes depending on your angle, so you just got to be smooth with the sticks, you know. Drop down, stay on the inside, and then skip the cutscene by the bike. You'll feel the camera, like if you're running this, you feel the camera slightly pull away from you, and that's when you know to skip. Skip these, say whatever to Aerith, and then get the hell out of there. Attack, roll, cancel. So you'll see me, like, soft lock a guy, press square to go to attack him, and I roll out before Cloud makes contact. That's just for traversal. Then roll down here, triple slash the dog, kill the 2 guys. Over to these dudes. This dude here, and I think one of the others, are health gated. And I've never known how to, like, optimize these, but I just kind of wail on them and wait until it's time. And then here, I just take care of the last remaining guys. head over to this part of the central fountain, because there's going to be 2 shock troopers coming. I like to get into Punisher. ATB boost so that I have extra bar, so that I guaranteed have 2. I don't... It's like unnecessary roughness at that part, but it enables me to just do this next bit a little bit faster. Stay to this side and make sure you get a good lock-on, because you see there, my lock-on jumped to the faraway enemies, and I don't want that. I had to wrestle it back. Previously to this run, I was having issues with camera and lock-ons, but I got them all sorted and how I want ready for this run. So I didn't have... The run before this that I did, I had some lock-on memery, whereas this run was perfect for that. So we're cruising away here. So I mentioned earlier about attack rolling, or I call it combat roll, which is circle, like holding R1 and mashing circle. Or in Cloud's case, he doesn't even need to hold R1. I'm thinking of Tifa, but Cloud can just mash circle and roll, right? And you can do it when he's in combat. So that's just normal rolling. What combat roll, or what I like to call a combat roll, you're going to see it coming up here. Attack, roll, cancel. Then we're going to roll normally, and you're going to see in the input display below me that I start mashing them simultaneously, attack and roll. This will cannonball Cloud if you time it right, like this. And then you get like a double rolls going on, like a snowball roll. And I call it cannonball Cloud. Like that's not what I call this effect. But yeah, because he's cannonballing. And then here we attack roll cancel off a guard. Don't do it here unless you're fully locked to dog, because otherwise you'll hit the shield, you'll ping off. So you don't want to do that. And what we want to do here is combat roll into this cutscene to maintain ATB, just like that. Turn around, you do not need to kill these guys. Lock this dude and triple slash. Hopefully you get all of them in one. We did, including the shield guy. Wait, we have another bar. Lock him, Fyra, he's dead. GG's. That's chapter 2. I see so many runners still fighting everyone, fighting the other crowd. You don't need to do that. Just kill these 4, and then he spawns, and then kill him, and it's over. I'm telling you this because I still have record in this chapter, so I know. This PS5 version, I'm getting really close to getting the big skip, which is holding up left here and getting ahead of him. I've had it so close on 3 attempts, and like I never had it on any other version as close as this. I was annoyed, I nearly had it. So on Intergrade, this train is different. You have to go around these dudes, you've got to beat Kyrie before she gets up. Technically, you need to be a bit faster than I was here, because I got a bit stuck. You can get through that gap. Then go around like this. On original FF7 remake on PS4, they were like ghosts. You could just kind of just barge through them, but you can't do that now. So that's why we have to kind of go round and loop through. But it's not that bad. It could have been worse if we would have been behind Kyrie. If those guys had stopped us, you can get like stopped quite a few times there. Now we just wait for Jesse to walk up. Get close to initiate talking. Boom.
Don't get cocky.
That's chapter 2, and we are 4 minutes 50 ahead. Pretty good. Sorry, there are still times where I'm going to say we. Alright, now this is now for the commentary and for the run itself. This is like... because you've got past the first like flurry of chapters and combat and encounters, and now we can like, kind of relax for a bit. It's still a semi-fast chapter, like, we're still cruising, but you'll also... I haven't explained this yet, but I'll explain now. These splits that we're running against, the reason why they're so far... They're gonna be, and they are, and they... Whatever, they're so far ahead, is because I'm running Intergrade PS5 with the load time updates and the PS5 SSD. I'm running this game against my PS4 SSD splits. Just for a laugh. So you're... Like, this is one of my... Compared to one of my PS4 PBs... The last couple of splits didn't save, so it should be a 531, not 549, but whatever. But all you have to know is it absolutely decimates my PS4 time. So we do a save load during dialogue. That finishes the dialogue. You may have noticed that's what we do there. Same as we did for the Jesse door. We're going to do it a few other times. There are some times in this run where I won't do it, where you would do it on PC, because PC has load removing time, or load remover time, however you say. This version is real time, so save loading is kind of wasting your time in real time. When you do it on PC, as soon as you hit save and then hit load and you get that black screen, the timer stops. So, yeah. But on console, it's a bit different. So what I'm trying to say is there are some save loads on console that are not worth doing because you lose the menuing time. You lose the time doing the menu in the first place. You see what I mean? Even though the save load is super fast, you still have to sit through them extra few seconds.
As I could, all things considered. Maybe not enough for them.
Yeah, hopefully the audio is okay.
You had me worried. You're not exactly.
It's an exciting run. And like because of being on Integrate and having these fast load times, I found at the time it really hard to run this and be able to like stream and talk to chat and talk about the run that much, because this one is so much faster that you just go apart from like this chapter, apart from some of these forced walking chats which you still kind of are concentrating when you're playing, or I was, you know. Like during these sections I'm usually thinking of my next stuff that's coming up. Right, what are we doing now? Where am I going? I have to do this. I'm going to fight this guy. And that's usually what I'm like planning while these like quiet parts are happening.
Much else, what with Seventh Heaven and all.
So here you can do a save load with Tifa, but it's not worth it on console. Perfect example. You can, however, stand in a slightly optimal position in the middle, get a bump over and a quick talk. That didn't happen. See how she fully went to the end and turned around? If you get the right bump off, she like the conversation immediately starts. I've got an example of this on chapter 5 on the train. Alright, now we do our friendly neighborhood hey check just to make sure this dude is okay.
Hey,
He's fine. Alright, now on to meet Marl.
Well now,
Let me
I'm Marl.
check that we're in the right quality.
If you ever need any,
what's she to you?
the granddaughter,
Loud and clear.
good. Now you'd better.
It was on like the auto 1080p, and that's never really 1080p. So these people have different like RNG or positioning on PS5. On the PC, there was consistently a lady with a grey jacket, who I believe is up on the right here, just outside of the group of people. She used to always be crossing, and on PC it was like, is she going to block me, like, you know, kind of situation. But the pedestrian NPCs seem to have different positioning on console. Just an observation that I noticed.
I'm guessing.
Saves all of like 1 second of her potentially getting in your line or you bumping her or something, right? But yeah, just as someone who's run this on 3 platforms now, I've noticed a couple of things. All the items you could want straight from the plate.
Hey there. Clouds in charge.
Sounds like a
In your dreams.
So also, then another thing that I can explain is dialogue mashing in this game is usually done with triangle, but you can clear dialogue with circle. So you'll see me alternate, and this is because I do it like this with claw grip, and I try and alternate super fast, or like in the vain attempt that if one button isn't being pressed, the other one is. I'm trying to, like, you know what I mean? I'm trying to min-max it. It's probably better for me to just absolutely mash triangle, but you know, whatever. I've always played like that way. I've always done double barrel, dual finger mash.
No charm.
I got skills.
I'm doing it.
You're look a good long.
A tried and true.
That you
Thanks, Marl.
don't do anything I wouldn't do.
I was quoting. I wasn't, when I said I got skills, I was quoting Cloud. I wasn't trying to big myself up, just so that's clear.
Marl's great. She helped get me set up back in the day.
You in here?
So here we want to try and get like a breakaway from Tifa. You're like, when you're walking with people, you're locked in, and we kind of want to get a breakaway from her, like this, to get Cloud jogging and or sprint. Sometimes there you go, full sprint. Here we're going to teleport or warp Tifa into the shop, like that. And that gets her there quicker.
Maya's so.
Pretty
Thank you very much. Seeing as we're done.
well, don't really know.
In that case, if you're serious, it's not what you. Yep.
How do I start?
Lesson 1 for life on the ground floor. Get some rest.
No better way to keep you and your family safe.
That guy is Roger Craig Smith.
Selection.
That voice. That guy is Chris Redfield.
Do something about the monsters on scrap.
Wedge, you may know as Badger from Breaking Bad. I believe Marl, I think, was the voice of Rita Repulsa from Power Rangers. And Johnny is Yuri Lowenthal, who is Spider-Man, Sasuke Uchiha, and many other people.
Good luck, Tifa.
And I got so I have a little superstition with that guy. He either says, "Good luck, Tifa, be careful," or "If any harm comes to her." And I always think that if he says, "Good luck, Tifa," that's like the omen, the good omen, the blessing. So here you're going to see me do the triple slash strat. The quickest way to do this, on an individual level basis to do this, is to use Cloud with Thunder Magnify, switch immediately to Tifa, and use a skill that you haven't seen yet, which is the parry sliding. Some people call it parry sailing, or like parry dash, parry surfing, whatever. But there's like a dash technique that Tifa can do. You're going to see it coming up in the following couple of chapters. I'll explain it when we get there. But on an individual level basis, it's quicker to make Tifa the leader, Cloud Thunder Magnify everything, and get Tifa further into the level. And while he kills them enemies, she can be here. And they have their conversation by the gate, and then you leave. And it's way quicker. That's how I got the record for the individual level for this chapter. I can't remember where I learned that strat, but I learned that from a console runner, because I saw it from a PS5 runner, and I was like, "Oh, that's a good one." So I implemented that strat, and I kind of made it my own.
Who?
The guy who tracks.
Where's he at?
Oh, he should be back at the office by now. What?
Everyone here's so in awe.
That's the guy who ran the monsters off.
But for a full run, there are a lot of levels, there are a lot of things where if you do on an individual level basis, most people having Thunder is quicker, or someone having Thunder. There are some parts in my run here that can save time if you put Aerith with Thunder instead of the times I use her with Fire, because Thunder hits quicker. But it's just like, I'm a little bit stuck in my ways, and I like my route, so I just do it the way that I do it. I know I can save time with a few other strategies, like some haste strats and thundering more than I do. Again, you'll see this on the next chapter where Cloud takes on the whole arena of people. If he does Thunder Magnify, he doesn't have to move, he can just kill everyone from a distance. But because of the way that I route it in a full run, the menuing is different, you know. It's set in a way where I almost won't have to menu until chapter 8. That's why it's done the way that it is. Now, here there's a thing where when you get to these green boxes on the right, Tifa will slow down here, and there is like a difference. See how she slowed down and stopped, and then she's going to walk over to the sign. There is like a difference in her. Sometimes she stops and walks. Sometimes she runs most of the way up there. There's like some RNG in that, and I don't know if there's a way I can change it. But on this run, we had a slow Tifa, and you saw her stop and walk most of the way. On my normal run, the 503, that's going to come after this, that run, I had a fast Tifa. She pretty much went straight up to the sign. So
We were going over the warehouse logs. Huh? You got it all wrong. I've never gone anywhere.
I'm pretty sure. Obviously, Johnny is Yuri Lowenthal. I think the Shinra guy here is Crispin Freeman. I think it is, and if that's the case, them two having an argument is basically Sasuke and Itachi having an argument in another franchise. I haven't checked if that is Crispin, but it sounds like him. Alright, triple slash everyone, hope for a good spread. That was a good spread. Sometimes the dog gets away. Fire Magnify also works really well for that fight, because you would target the dog. You would probably get a stagger and an ATB refresh from it, and then the Magnify would hit everyone else as well, so it could probably be more consistent.
I'm more worried.
Right.
What?
It's just,
How?
I suppose.
It's the Mako.
So, what do you want to do now? Head back to the bar?
Come on.
He said he was leaving town.
What would make him want to leave?
And here
Same as you.
could use a little. How about a.
Tifa.
Yeah. Hey.
So yeah, not much to say about these parts. We're just running to where we need to be, skipping what we need to skip. There's not a lot going on. It's going to skip these cutscenes, do this, skip. We have to go. So for this part, you have to kill some time. And what we normally do is just go up and pretend to play darts and immediately quit. And then that triggers the sequence where you can go and wait for Tifa. But you just have to have done something, and this is just what we all do. I don't think the jukebox counts, so I think this is the only way, really. I'm not actually sure the other way, if there's any other way to trigger this part. I've never tried. And here I look for a white light on the right side of the screen there, just by the splits. When I see that pop up, that's like it's the brightest and earliest thing I can see in that cutscene. So it tells me that this is the cutscene I can now skip. Another fun fact is they say avalanche there. In Japanese, they say kampai, which means cheers. Just a fun observation that I learned when I played this in Japanese. Here we're going to do a little trick that I call the bandit boost. Only because it rolls off the tongue better. It's technically a hoodlum boost, right? Because these guys are listed as hoodlums, not bandits. See? But I think bandit boost sounds better. I used to call them bandits. And this is basically, if you watch all of that cutscene casually, this guy starts off organically miles ahead of you, and you can't do this. But if you skip the cutscene, you can then walk ahead of him and let him push you along. And it's nano. You save a couple of seconds like this over the course of the level, not really major. But it just helps. And after this part, when I'm leaving here, there's some Cloud dialogue, and he has to crouch out of this tunnel like this, and until he finishes his dialogue, then he starts running. You can do a save load when his dialogue starts after this battle. Here, you can do a save load, and then it skips his dialogue, and then you can run through here and whatnot, but it's not worth it on console, because the time that you would have to menu. It's one of those, that's a good example of one that just is not worth it. On an individual level basis are run with load remover timer in place, so the PC runs are always faster. Even if console has like better strats or is a really sick run in real time, the load remover will always be quicker, and that category for individual levels is run by LRT, so PC runs will always win here on individual level. Sorry, I keep referencing that, but it's just that I've run this on different platforms and stuff, so it's relevant. For New Game Plus, no major glitches. The biggest real thing, really, that you could say is like a skip or whatever or whatnot, an exploit, is that we're allowed to skip the mini games. We don't have to play them. We do skip both of the bike mini games. There's a couple of seconds you can kind of gain here if Wedge doesn't block you, and you can kind of get up here ahead of him. It's whatever, you still have to wait to open the door anyway, sort of thing. So there's some there's a few little nano saves in this game that are little positioning memes that don't really save you much time, but we all play for them. like you have to wait to be able to get up here anyway. You're up there a second or two quicker if Wedge doesn't block you, but you're limited on your walk speed here anyway, so it's whatever. So another thing, just for something to look for, when the minimap disappears in that corner right above the splits, when the minimap disappears, usually more often or not, that is when you're running into a cutscene, and that's what I look for to tell me when to skip. So if you, not only just because I know where the cutscenes are, but some of them I'm really ready for, and I just look for that. As soon as it disappears, papa. So here we're going to save load because it skips her like 3 sentences of dialogue. This one is worth doing because it takes like 3 seconds and then she's not talking. Now, we have RNG with Wedge here because he can do all sorts of memes. You want him to nestle in gently with the group and not be all over the show, preferably. Perfect.
Let's head in. Cloud, you know what to do. Why don't you wait around the corner over there?
Okay.
It's a shame you won't get to try the Midgar special. You would have really liked
I'm commentating this speed run with a nice bottle of Lipton Peach. I'm not sponsored by them, I just really like Lipton. Okay, I just thought I'd tell you. It's nice. Good old bit of iced tea. Especially when it's really cold as well. That one's straight out of the fridge, so it's nice and cold and soothing on my throat. Alright, here we're going to do a little zip to the door with the triangle, with a bit of a camera manip. Most of this is triangle, skip the cutscene, triangle, skip the cutscene. There's not a lot to talk about here. Sorry if you can hear the arms of my chair creaking. It's because I'm a leaner and I lean on this arm sometimes when I'm gaming, and I think I'm fucking up this chair slowly. I should stop doing that. It's because if I lean the other side, I'm out of shot. I'm over here, Anyway, I'm sorry. Talking some shit in the downtime. Small talk isn't really my forte. Alright, skip the cutscenes. Most of this is still just going to be walking our way out of here, and then the chapter really begins after this part. This is just your little fetch quest, if you will. You can either walk out of here or just walk up to this fence. The line is like the curb. So if you touch this fence, it's as good as leaving. You actually save a second by not, like, going around. Here, you want to save load the dialogue. Oh, I was a bit slow on the menuing, but that's fine. That stops him talking. Then he won't stop at the top of the road here and, you know, carry on chatting, because you just skipped it, dude. It's just fucking, you've just skipped. It's gone. It's over. So now we walk along here, and I let Wedge take the lead, just because I don't want to block him and have him go round me and stuff. And when he says Jesse's, and he's going to mention Jesse's got a theory about it, about her dad's spirit has returned to the heart of the planet or something like that, paraphrasing. But when he says Jesse's, we're going to save load again. And again, this skips a part where he obviously explains all of that, and you just have to stand there. None of these strategies are possible on PS4. You would lose far too much time than what you gain. It's just no benefit. So if you're like a vanilla runner, or you've only got PS4 and you're watching my run as like a demo or something, watch some of my PS4 runs instead, because you can't always copy these strats. Integrate also runs differently with patches and nerfs under the hood, where some enemies have changes to them that didn't happen in original, like the enhanced or armored shock troopers, the big red mecha dudes that you fight in Chapter 17. On original FF7 remake, that you could just nuke them with catastrophe or something and they're dead. On this version, they get a guaranteed eject. So when you kill the red mecha form, they get health gate, and they guaranteed get to explode and get to be roller boys afterwards. And you have to deal with them now. They're actually annoying on higher difficulties for that reason.
Don't expect me.
Okay, so this part, this is the big arena, courtyard, whatever you want to call this. Again, as I mentioned earlier, if you were doing this on an individual level basis, or maybe perhaps your loadout is just set in such a way that it's different, or you choose to do the menuing here. If you can do fast menuing and you choose to menu it out, then put Cloud as Thunder Magnify here, and then you're good to go. And then you can do what I do lots quicker without the traversal. Just sans the traversal. I'm gonna do attack roll cancels to get closer to enemies, because we have to travel back and forth across this courtyard. So we're going to kill the first 3 with triple slash. And I'm going to roll cancel out to these guys, and I'm going to try and... I hold square on them and try and get 2 for 1s as best I can. Again, I have to traverse here. You might not have to if you add Thunder Mag. Or if you just want it... Well, I mean, yeah. There are multiple ways you can do this, but in a full run, my individual level routes are way different because of that. You can menu for that level. But this is all set, like I said earlier, in a way that's set for a whole run where I don't have to menu, and it saves me loads of time. Roll behind that guy and preferably hit him. Cloud didn't hit him. It should have been like that, but yeah, kind of messed that up. It's unfortunate. He has deadly dodge on, so that's why after a roll he can do that sweeping square attack. You've seen me use it a few times, like just there. It's a really good attack for him, especially to take out multiple enemies. You'll see it used a lot here. I got really lucky and got both of them in my flurry. Quite often or not, I have to kill the guard and then get the shock trooper after, but that's fine. The thing we want here is 2 ATB bars. I have got ATB boost, but I refuse to use it here because I use it for a faster strat a bit later, in a minute. So I triple slash these dogs. This is why we want 2 bars. Triple slash these dogs saves you having to generate any ATB. You're done. It's mega quick this way. Now we're empty again. Fight this robot. He actually got fucking dropped because of my Punisher mode, like quicker than I expected. But you want to kill one and build up double bars, or at least build up 1 full bar, then ATB boost for your second bar. ATB boost will double what you have. You need to have at least a bar to double it. If you have less than a bar, you'll only fill up that first bar. Make sense? So you need to have at least 1 bar, over 1 bar, 1 bar or above, to be able to get the second bar. Otherwise you won't get a full charge. And then here, because it's on easy, and I run the Buster Sword. Now I've seen some of the runners for this game like kind of criticize my methods in the Discord. The one time I went in there and I saw my name mentioned a few times, and they were like, oh yeah, I don't know, because I think it was a new runner saying they watched my run, don't know why he uses Buster Sword or whatnot, and everyone was like, yeah, I don't know either, and they all use Hard Edge. The reason I use Buster Sword is because Hard Edge fucking sucks. Hard Edge is good for higher difficulties because Cloud has, or maybe later in the game, because it has higher attack. It has something like 138 or something like that attack, right? Or maybe higher, maybe it's 160, I can't remember quite. But as Cloud is with my loadout, he has 91 attack, 91 magic. That makes things like fire or fire. I do a safety fire, but you can fire and take the dice roll that you get a good damage roll and kill. It's a few frames faster. Fire, as you just saw on like Roche there, fire, double fire, he's dead. No fucking around, no punisher mode, no blocking, no anything, dead. So you know, when it comes to people criticizing my methods, all I'm saying is don't. Right? I know what I'm doing. So there's a meme you can get here with Jessie where she runs away and then she has to run back and then start the walk off again. It can happen on every version of the game. I've seen it on every version, but this time I got lucky and she didn't. It saves 2 seconds if she doesn't do it. 3-ish. 2 to 3. These NPCs work differently on this version. On the PC, that guy was often consistently getting bopped by the granny, by the broom when I walked past. I used to pan the camera to watch it, but it seems to work. But the timing's different on this version for some reason. All the dialogue is all the same timing, but just the animation timings seem different. Excuse me, it's like they're on different loops on this version. There's a tech you can do here called Wedge Boost, whereby you get boosted by Wedge, funnily enough. Alright, it's quite a clear strat. But I play for it, I get a little bit of a push. It's not something you should try for. You should play for a consistent line every time. Because the way they rubber band and whatnot, you can't get... and they're just crazy. You can't get consistent boost.
Sure did. Wants a whole pie to himself. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So now we're coming to the end of Chapter 4.
Maybe I'll lend Mom a hand next time.
Sort of. We've got to run through town back at the sector yet. But for what it's worth, we're done. Well, I say that. No, there's actually a good few more. Every time I think that like that's the end of the chapter, but there is a few more minutes left because you have to fight the Whispers a little bit too, and then get to the train. But it's not that bad.
Cool if we check on them?
There's about 3 minutes of the chapter left, so okay. But again, doing this part, when this is happening during the run, I look at the timer and the splits here every time to see, because I can, because it's a straight run, and I can always look over and see how I'm doing and what time I'm at there, and then I'm usually considering and mulling over what I need to do in Chapter 5. But I try not to get too ahead of myself so I don't fuck up the chapter I'm on, because obviously that can happen. You have to remember these are long runs, and quite often I'll do a run or I'll do an attempt at a run, it will go badly, I'll reset and do another one. So these 4 to 5 hour runs are often in an 8 to 9 to 10 hour play session. Especially once I start feeling like I'm getting on point for the day, I don't want to ice myself and come back tomorrow. Sometimes I'll just keep playing today. So that's a me problem, but that's because I'm a speedrun sweat lord, but anyone who's watching this would already know that. Right, so we finished at Wedges, now we're off to see Jessie. This is cutscene, skip, pick the first option, cutscene, skip, and then run away. There's a few routes you can go here. I have the itchiest nose. This is really annoying. Sorry. You can go left here, but I think it actually goes around and is wider than this line. From when I checked the map, on the map, this line seems the most direct. Even though it looks like I've come out of my way, I think it is actually a more direct line. Again, I think I still have world record for this chapter, so pretty sure that's the way I went. So, as well, these runs come after 11 months off. I haven't touched this game in a speedrun way in, like, a year. I've done one casual modded playthrough for fun on stream since, like, 6 months ago. But otherwise, I haven't, like, this is the third, like, derusting run. You can also get lucky here and get rid of all of them spectres in one go, and you don't have the second spawn. I got 2 spawns here. I think on my normal run, I only got 1. So the cool thing that often happens is when I run this on easy and then I run it on normal after, is that things that went wrong on easy go well on normal and vice versa, which is nice.
Again?
Are they trying to stop us from reaching the others?
Bam, 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 bam.
You gotta be kidding me. It's like trying to fight a hurricane.
Stay on your feet.
You don't have to tell me that.
Too early. I have to wait. I was like a couple of frames too early for that cutscene skip. So here, what I do is I cross-slash the Enigmatic Spectre, switch to Tifa, and buffer an uppercut. Just mash triangle with her. So I do, like, L1 circle for triple slash, up on the D-pad to be Tifa, mash triangle. If his triple slash doesn't kill, she's ready to uppercut. However, he got lucky and kind of just got rid of him straight away there, so that was great. Mash some dialogue here, and now we're running to the train. And that is the end of Chapter 4. The chapter ends when we talk to Barrett. So, yeah, not bad at all. I'd like to get a sub 44 Chapter 4, but I haven't been able to do it yet. This is still like an early 4. It'll be like a, I think it's a 4420 or something. But it's, I don't know how much. I could get that if I did the Thunder Magnify strategy in the courtyard area, but then I would have to menu. Like, or I could just do it to save myself time on this level, and then I would have to make up for it in the next chapter, but it's fine. I'm still really happy with these times. 44:23 or something. 44:24 there. That's, yeah, I'm really happy with that. So here, there's a save load you can do at the very last handle thing at the end of the benches on the left before you get to Tifa. But it's like frame perfect and pixel perfect, and it's obnoxious. So it enables you to like skip this scan and immediately get into the next conversation. But it's nigh on impossible, so I don't go for it. There's another one in chapter 12, I think. 11. There's another one in chapter 11 that we don't go for. But what I do there is I stand behind Tifa. And you see how we immediately were in the conversation? That's a bit like what I was explaining earlier outside of her apartment, that if she, or my apartment, that if she bumps into me in the right angle, it can immediately initiate. That's what happens there by standing behind her, and it's consistent. So you'll notice in all of my runs, practically, that you've ever seen posted that I've done, I'll always be standing behind Tifa there. And because I pan the camera to look at her while I'm running. So, it is what it is. Alright, triple slash, into triangle, into mash square. That kills everyone. And then you can just roll away, and it's GG. You have to just wait here. So, the cannonball cloud strategy here is optional. I do it for style, just because you're not doing anything else just yet, until they leave. Even the door is health gated before you can access it, dude. Alright, now we're going to be doing the parry slide, which I touched on earlier in chapter 3. So this is Tifa using parry slide. If she has the parry materia equipped, her like roll, if you're in combat, Cloud will with Cloud I mash circle to roll. Tifa can roll, Barrett can roll. But if she has parry equipped and you hold R1 and hit circle, she does a slide. And then you can just slide, and that you may remember it from the vanilla FF7 remake on PS4. This version runs at 60 frames. So her circle sliding, R1 and circle, is mega fast. What I'm doing is, you know, uppercut cancelling it. It's like like a whirling parry or whatever you want to call it, right? Or a parry whirl, something like that. Because I'm parrying and whirling. I think that's what I'll call it, like a parry whirl. I think some people call it parry sailing or parry sliding, but I think parry whirling sounds tight. So that's what we're going to, from here on, we're calling it parry whirl, because you use her whirling uppercut technique to cancel it. You can also do like a combat roll with her, or a combat parry, which would be attack circle, like while holding R1, square circle, square circle, square circle. She will dash into a punch and then parry, and then she sort of punches and then parries. It's kind of good for traversal, but this parry whirl is lots quicker. That's why she can just go bap, 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 bap. If you play on PC and you jack up the frame rate, it's faster, but she covers less distance. So you gimp yourself a little bit if you run this at 120 or 90 frames like I used to, because her animation is so quick, she doesn't cover the correct distance. So 60 FPS is the sweet spot, actually, for this game. So here you see I'm holding R1, and I actually just try and time it with my thumb. I just kind of hit them both at the same time. The actual optimal way to do it is, if I remember rightly, to like hold triangle and mash circle, but that's hard to do. So I just tend to like take my whole thumb off and time this. Because I have the camera settings where they don't look in front of Tifa, they don't auto-correct anymore, I can follow all the way through and get all the way to here. Normally, Cloud stops at the end of that trainway, the train tracks. He normally stops there, and he has to walk up to the stairs. But if you use this technique and get Tifa all the way there, then it again saves a shitload of time, would you believe? Again, this is a big strat. We use it to basically battle skip. We're going to be using it in a few chapters coming up. So here, triple slash, roll, cancel, thunder, that guy's dead, and then we're immediately ready to take the webbing off. This is kind of a fast chapter too. There's some cool strats in this one though. This is one of my favourite chapters. Just to play. So there I use triple slash to traverse to the next enemy to get Cloud closer to here. So sometimes you may think, why did you triple slash? You should just let Barrett thunder, but I actually use it to travel. It can still save a couple of seconds. Here, I'm going to triple slash the 2 scrubs. On easy, they immediately die, even though that one puts up a shield. But on normal, that's the one on the right survives. So here, we're going to catastrophe. You can Thunderger, and it's quicker. But on an individual level, you'd want to use Thunderger there instead of Catastrophe. But it's safer to just nuke it with Catastrophe. And that works on multiple difficulties, so... providing the other guys are killed as well. You can save load this dialogue, but it's not worth it on console, because it's only 2.5 lines of dialogue before you can move. This next one I think kind of is, because you get a lot of slowdown off this one. I might be wrong, but I always just did it this way, where on PC I did both save loads, because you can do all of them. But on console I only did that one, because I feel like only that one's worth it. Correct me if I'm wrong, let me know if you've done this, or if I should do it the other way around. Maybe there's not enough dialogue to make it worth it on the first one. Here I'm going to use Cloud to triple slash a few enemies. Tifa's going to parry whirl downtown, kill these 2 guys. I'm going to switch to Barrett and Thunder, whoever's left. I tried to, they actually did it for me before I could even initiate the thunder that I was planning to hit. That was just lucky. Like, my companions actually fucking did something for a change. The amount of times I've practiced that little part and they just don't always do something. Or do anything, sorry. Alright, now we're running just forward. Sorry, I'm look like I'm picking my nose. I kind of am, but my nose is really itchy. I think it's just because of having the glasses on. Like it like presses my nostrils in and it makes my nose like interfere.
It's not that I hate it. I hate the fact that Shinra took a loyal animal like that and co-opted it for their own self-serving agenda.
World stage.
So you just have to run up here, and what we want to do is break away again. We want to stay on the left side and break away from the friends.
It's a good plan.
To then skip I think we skip some conversation and or a cutscene this way as well. I can't remember exactly what happens if you go that way vanilla. Maybe you just do this but slower, I'm not sure. But I've spent so many years just taking the left side, I don't even know what it looks like normally anymore. But there, I triple slash, switch to Tifa, thunder with Barrett, and ideally you get Tifa up to the gate, but Barrett did his thing and they all died. I was very surprised because Barrett normally sucks and he lets me down. The reason I lose time in these runs is usually due to Barrett, for the most part. Multiple ways you can do this room. Triple slash is consistent and you can roll out of it, that you can finish off. It'd be quicker if you pre-buffered a thunder or something as well. Like triple slash pre-buffer thunder, get to the door, then they're dead by the time you get to the door. So I lost like a couple of seconds there. In an individual level, you thunder mag that room, and you thunder mag everything, basically, in this level. So here, again, multiple ways you can do this, but what I chose to do is triple slash with Cloud, switch to Tifa, get in and buffer an uppercut. Didn't really need it, but it's there in case we did. And then again, there's, depending on damage rolls and whatnot, there's a few ways you can do this part as well. Like, you could just use Catastrophe or whatever, but I think I did, what did I do? Overcharge Thunderger. Thunder. That thunder whiffed. It hit him, but it did no damage. You rewind and check that. That thunder hit, but it did nothing. I don't know what the hell happened there, but I remember being annoyed, being like, hello, my thunder, did it even work? But we still got into the next phase, that's fine. Ideally here you would overcharge and then Thunderger, but I Thunderger into triple instead. That works, he's dead. On easy, it's nice and fast. Things just die. They don't knock you over. You don't get stunned. It's like, it's a good time. On normal or above, it can. Some of these fights can be inconsistent, even on New Game Plus, because damage rolls and you getting stunned from things or knocked away, like I mentioned, it can be, especially later on in the game. Chapter 16 onwards on, well, chapter 15 onwards on normal is a pain in the arse, but on easy, it's pretty chill. Get a bit of a Barrett boost. As and when, he just kind of bumped off me, didn't really boost me. And that is chapter 5. 16 minutes ahead of my PS4 time. Here, you want to wait for Tifa to go. Don't race her. You don't need to be ahead of her. You can get onto this beam in between them, but in my experience, it's really annoying to do. So just wait until she's gone and then immediately hop on like that. Stand just to the side. Whenever you see those blue arrow prompts, or you know where they are, you can stand just next to them and then immediately like sidewalk into them when it's time. Like I actually was on there just as the blue arrows were appearing. There are some sections, I'll show another one in chapter 8 with Aerith, where even just as the blue thing activates, I'm already going. And that's like optimal, you know.
Gotta figure this out.
And because basically if you fail those arrow prompts, if you time it wrong, Cloud gets pushed back. He walks into it and then the game like pushes him away and he kind of like he walks away and then has to step up to the plate again and it just loses time. You might see one of them happen later at some point in the run. I don't know if I got any in this one, but
You'd think they'd be able to balance the load by now, though.
Maybe. If the maintenance guys or whoever weren't playing hooky.
The lamps are important, but when you think how much Mako it must take
I've seen some runners not know that you can go straight to that room that I did and go and do that. Some people go to the door first and then, oh, power's off. Oh, we have to go to the room. And I guess not every runner knows that you can just skip this and go straight to the... If you know where to go, you can just run there. And it saves like a minute on this chapter. Maybe not a minute, but something like that. Maybe about 30 seconds, I guess. I don't know. So here we're going to do some more parry whirling with Tifa. That's the name of the game. On an individual level, in the times when you need to do this, it's better on an individual level to make Tifa the leader, so you immediately start as her in a battle. So and you save the frames of switching to her, like I have to. Again, I'm playing a full run, so the strats are a little bit different, but I'm comfortable explaining them to you guys as well. Like I like you to at least have an understanding of what the differences can be.
Twisted by the Mako, but it all
So yeah, we use the parry whirl to escape. We're going to be using that quite a lot more in this chapter as well. There's a really cool strat that I like coming up using that technique.
we're still in.
Yeah,
Okay,
unfortunately,
Well,
go for 10.
the only other route that I can think of would be
Along the wall.
up for giving it
so we're shooting for those giant fans way over there.
those ventilation fans.
Keeping the plate's air clean by pushing the smog into the slums. Whole systems designed to make shit roll downhill fast.
So sometimes you can get Tifa down to this bridge. What's happening is she's fleeing a battle, and there is such a thing in this game called a flee timer, and it's RNG. The flee timer could, I don't know what, I can't remember what the range is now. I used to know, but it's like something between, I don't know, say 1 and 10 seconds, right? Sometimes you might get a 3-second flee and Tifa doesn't get as far. Sometimes you get a long flee timer and Tifa gets further down that bridge. So like longer flee timers can be helpful. You may have noticed that same as at the start of this start of chapter 5, sorry, after we got off the train, where I started explaining about the whirling parry technique, or parry whirl, whatever. That's another area where on those train tracks you can get way further depending on your flee timers.
Whatever you do,
But this is where I don't, however much I love Tifa and she is my digital waifu, I don't let anyone tell me how to live my life. So even though she says don't look at the fan, whatever you do, I always choose to look at the fan, and my splits even are coordinated with that as well. So here, when I take this next forced walk, I'm going to be holding up left near the end, and I want to try and get onto the ladder before Tifa. That's the plan here. And I'm going to point out something obnoxious, but also really fucking annoying for me. Keep an eye on how fast Barrett moves when he's being controlled by the AI.
Think that took a couple years off my life.
He does not run like that when you're playing him. Trust me, we'll get to see that later on.
3 tops.
Section H is just up ahead. Slow and steady, guys.
And that's our objective?
The cargo platform? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one.
By the light of these magnificent lamps, we shall lead our brothers and sisters of the Undercity to a brighter future.
Say what?
It's from a speech President Shinra gave, talking up the importance of the sun lamps.
Brighter future, my ass. Shinra's leading us down a one-way path to darkness and death.
So there's a few ways you can do that part. You can either murder them guys or leave them alive. On normal, I killed them all. It's like it's horses for courses. It depends. You can either just murder them then or murder them now. There's no benefit. It doesn't really matter. But doing that whole sequence really quick like that messes with the dialogue. It's funny.
Which way to the next life?
If we can't make sense of this place, we're gonna get lost.
So more parry well. And again, flea timer to consider. Ideally, you want Tifa here, and that's perfect. On normal, when I did this, she had time to do 2 uppercuts before the fight finished, before we got the flea. Don't go that way, turn right and go this way I go, it's quicker. This is, I think, the way everyone goes now, but there used to be people that didn't know this back in the day, and I learned this, halfway through my speedrun career of this game. So this is a fight that we're going to flee from with Tifa, but we're going to uppercut. So I got a bad flea timer or a good flea timer, depending on what you think there. But I want, whatever happens, I wanted to split these 2 fights. If Tifa gets into this area while still engaged in the first fight, when you flee here, instead of the boys warping to you, they're still up on the bridge. And I've lost a run here before an hour in because of it. And I'm like, fuck. So that's why, I got the bad flea timer there on the first fight, but ideally, I get away from the first fight and I spam uppercut with Tifa until we get the flea. The boys join me, then we go downstairs, then we flee the second fight, and I turn it into 2 fights. You can turn it and you can get a good or bad flea timers, and you can get Tifa through both of them, but that's not a good way to do it. It can fuck you up, as I've just mentioned. So this is where the really cool strat comes in. Shout outs to the Sid, the hard mode runner of this game, who taught me a lot of strats for this game over the years. He's a great runner and a great guy, and he taught me this really cool one here. Switch to Tifa, dash to the ladder and hit a thunder with Barret, and what's going to happen is the 2 sentries you'll see in the kill feed, sentry gun, them 2 both died. Oh, it's that side, sorry. The 2 sentry guns died. There's also 2 Terpsichotes, the little seahorse enemies. They haven't spawned yet. Normally, if you stay there, if you don't Thunder Magnify and they don't immediately die, the Terpsichotes will spawn. Because they have not spawned, we can now do this strat, where we get into a battle, switch to Tifa, and then we can use Parry Whirl to get away. I use slow circle. See, that was a normal circle there, normal parry. I use that so that she doesn't soft lock someone, because parry whirling or combat attack rolling, any of those, or attack parries, anything that has an attack cancel built into it like that will soft lock an enemy before it gets away. So if you do Tifa's parry whirl near enemies, sometimes she'll slide towards an enemy before you can wrestle her away. So you'll see what I do is I do R1 circle parry whirl, and then that's how I plan that out. It was intentional. So then, as you saw, it got me round the next corner, already ready for the lift. It's way faster, dude. Changing that sentry gun and Terpsichore encounter was a really good game breaker for this chapter. Shout out again to the Sid for that one. Most of my strats all come from myself. Big K, who used to be he's the Korean world record holder of these categories on PlayStation, PS4 on original. Yeah, myself, Big K, and the Sid. That's where most of my strats come from. Either ones I've made myself, ones I learnt from K, ones I learnt from Sid. Or ones that me and Sid have spoken about on his stream or whatnot. We used to brainstorm ideas. So here, Thunder Magnify with the stagger refresh absolutely clears that section in seconds. On easy and normal, just go, switch to Barret, thunder, spam X. That's what my thunder was on. Spam X and everything's dead. Really good strat. Sometimes that fight can go awry and you can get stuck there if you because you can't reach and you have to switch to Barret and you got to use overcharge, get some ATB. You can just drain time there. But when that strategy works, it's really nice. It mostly works every time because they're weak to thunder as well. They get immediately staggered. It's like I said earlier, they stagger into immediate death. You wouldn't even get to use the stagger on this difficulty because they're just dead straight away. So it's like stagger dead, stagger dead, stagger dead, and then he's getting ATB, ATB, ATB. So it's really good. That's the end of that chapter. Now we're on Airbuster. This is a good one. So what we're going to do here is we're going to run all the way down to initiate the conversation. We need to like get them to say we can't find a way down. Yeah. And then Tifa actually boosted me across there, which is rare. But here you'll see I stand right here. This is next to her, where Tifa is stood is where the blue arrows will spawn. So I just stand right next to them as always, and then I immediately try and get on like that. Just to save that like pushback meme. If I keep trying that though, I could have got the pushback. So I have to be careful. Then here, I actually use a visual cue of the black drain on the left and this black line on the floor. After the black drain, but before the black line, and he says, hey, just get ready to press start, save load, and it skips this whole dialogue about Airbuster. Otherwise, you have to, like, camera pan up to Airbuster, and you can only walk while Barrett's giving you a monologue about it. We don't have to worry about any of that. We're out of there. Right, triple slash, you can thunder mag. It's kind of whatever. Like, there are lots of ways to do this game. Like, to do the runs, which is cool. Lots of different strats you could use. Here, I chose the triple slash. Thunder mag would be better, but it doesn't always kill everyone. Sometimes I go and stand by the ladder and they're not dead, so yeah. I chose... Sometimes I'll triple slash and buffer a thunder at the end. And I think here, I can't remember if I got screwed here. Because I think I made Barrett's thunder miss. Me crippling that first sweeper made Barrett miss his thunder, so he couldn't get the charges there. On normal, I ran through there, he got ATB charges and just thundered everything and they died. So, yeah, that was the first code. There's some time loss here. But it's only like 2 or 3 seconds that I'm not going to sweat over. Like I said, there was not... there isn't anything that bad that happened to me in this run. Like, as far as I know, most things, as far as I'm aware, went really well. Even in the late game.
We get out the same way we got in. Let's double back.
But there's less things that can screw you up in this on easy compared to normal or above, like I said. You're not going to get stunned, they're not going to dodge. Like these guys just immediately go down.
No. Listen. Let's take them.
Okay.
Bring them to the command center immediately. I repeat. Subdue the insurgents and bring them to the command center right now.
I got the wrong door. I went sort of to the left and then went back to the center because I was thinking I was at this door. Alright. Couple of rooms of combat. Ideally, I triple slash buffer a thunder. I had a good spread there and they all just died. I didn't even get my thunder off. Like, I was just like, well, maybe I did, but it didn't seem like it. Like maybe the thunder hit someone off screen that I didn't see, but I can't remember because that happens really fast as well. So I'm not, without rewinding, I'm not sure if I even got my thunder off. But ideally, I usually triple slash, and I have the muscle memory to do L1, L2 thunder with Barrett kind of thing. So I always kind of like get ready to buffer thunders. You'll see me do that in a few of these rooms. For the most part, it's a strat that I need in a few of these rooms because Cloud can't reach everyone. Because in a few of these later rooms, the enemies are spread out differently, like and further away. God, my nose is annoying. Here, after I selected the keycard, after that dialogue, I started to mash with circle, so that if you keep mashing with triangle, you could re-talk to the machine, and I don't want that.
Yep. Nothing we can do about it. Except smile.
And then here, I often get screwed by Barrett not doing what he's supposed to do, which happened there. He got the mono drives and not the friggin' turrets. Yeah, that was rough. I can gain some more seconds there. I think what I did on normal to counter that, I triple slashed the mono drives immediately and then let Barrett just deal with the turrets. That works better. But I often usually just roll the dice. kill this guy, or at least get him real low, and then stand by the machine, and then they will finish him. This saves a few seconds in each one of these rooms. So again, you'll see me do that, where I favour trying to get nearer to this console rather than fighting people and let them finish.
Okay, everything. Those greedy
Barrett.
the people.
1,000 kills says the purpose.
I also found having a solid frame rate made dialogue skipping like more consistent as well.
Surprise, Grounder!
No limits we can't break.
So again, I pray for them not to dodge and just get thundered, and they did, so that was perfect.
Must have missed it.
So Thunder is 100% hit rate, but the guard dogs and those shock troopers back there, both of those enemies can dodge Thunder.
Piece of cake.
Because, like, I've had it a few times where, yeah, Thunder never misses, but also sometimes it misses because they can dodge. And I've had it screw me over on, like, Chapter 1 and various chapters before.
Come on, don't.
I don't dance.
Okay, triple slash for traversal. And then Barrett's Thunder didn't hit that guy, so I made sure to finish it myself. Wasn't ideal, but I was aware of it, so... Again, there's time saved for me on this chapter by about 20 seconds.
We should be
Just because of some of these rooms not going optimally like how they should be. But they've not been that horrible. So here I use triple slash to teleport me. And I actually want to roll out of the second one so that he stays up here, but I didn't get it in time and he went back, but it was fine. Ideally, I want to cancel the roll cancel off the second one and then let Barrett thunder them. That is the optimal way, but as long as they're dead, that's what matters, to be honest.
Now we just gotta get
Alright, this room doesn't matter, and it's on a big timer, so I just catastrophe, and then I parry whirl around. Then here you'll see the difference between attack parry, parry whirl, attack parry, parry whirl. You can do like uppercut cancels as well. I was just fucking around here because you've got plenty of time.
Understood. Prepare the airbuster for immediate deployment.
shit. We too late.
It's just a good time to demonstrate the different parry dash techniques.
Looks like a
We definitely
Real though, we could.
veto.
Alright, so run most of the way over to this grout line and then turn back.
no way we're getting back to that.
Then run over to the side of Barrett. Then if you've got time here and you need it, you want to ether. Because you have got time, is what I'm saying, is you have got time. You could ether before this fight. But then triple slash into Thunder, it's dead. I like running on easy, it's so comfy.
Real subtle invitation.
And then we're going to be parry whirling again up here. For this mono drive fight.
Move aside.
Make way.
I have to. It takes me a while because I have to turn the camera there, but if I could just get Tifa up them stairs, you could get her real close to that door, and you know, again, you're at the mercy of flea timers, and she moves so quick with that parry whirl, and the camera can't keep up with her very well either, and you know, your camera turning is slow in comparison. So quite often or not, it can get real confusing there because she gets ahead of you. So you have to like kind of slow, just stop yourself, like I did, turn the camera and be like, right, this is the way I'm going.
Got these ones.
She moves too fast for her own good. Or at least too fast for my own good.
Emergency lockdown is currently in effect.
Alright, now we get our real first boss of the run, which is hitting two things at the same time.
Fine, have it your way.
Okay, pay attention, you two. 3, 2, 1.
So, like, just in case, I will show, I actually have a specific grip for that, where I hold the controller to my chest, and I, like, have both thumbs like this, ready to Like, as superstitious and weird as it is, I put the controller like onto my chest, and I'm ready to sort of make sure I time that at the same time and don't fuck it up. Mainly because I've been there and messed it up before years ago, and I'm like, God, no, don't do that. Don't mess it up. Don't lose time there. It's not worth it. Okay, Airbuster's a good one. Triple slash for Cloud, switch to Tifa, immediately uppercut. She's got bar, that's perfect. Now, she's going to dash towards it and hit a Star Shower while we buff a Thunderger with Barret. Star Shower will make Thunderger hit for more damage. Thunderger cancels Tank Buster. Then we're in the next phase. Perfect. This is the way I've been doing Airbuster for years. I have this written down on my notes from like 2020. But then there's some variants for how I changed this part. So here, I overcharge into a Catastrophe, which just immediately just ends this phase and brings him closer to me. And then whoever's got bar can finish it. I kind of got too overzealous with Cloud there, and I did that too early, but then I can just dive kick with Tifa, and he's dead. GG. Ideally, you Thunder there, and it's quicker, because you don't have to wait for him to travel. But it's not bad at all. I'm happy with that. 114. Now I have to do my first menu of the run here, which is... make sure Aerith has Magnify. She already has Fire. I have to just make sure she has Magnify. Switch Cloud to Gota Damarang, which is the Limit Break, Infinite Limit Break thing that Barret had on. Accessory. Bodyguard. And then here, we want to kill these guys and make sure we have 2 bars. This is just like Roche. So it's like a repeat of Chapter 4. So I'm going to punish a roll cancel here just because I have time to kill, and then I'm going to nuke all these guys. If you don't have 2 bars, ATB boost, get 2 bars by the end of them guys. You need 2 bars for this, like here. Like to make this quick, you have to have 2 bars here. I can't remember if I got like a perfect Reno. I think I did. So in an ideal world, you fire her, roll left, because on PC he dashes forward. He doesn't do that on PS5. He's actually quicker on PS5 because he just goes straight into that phase. Again, because of my Buster Sword loadout, this makes Fyra really consistent. You can cross slash him here, but Fyra is quicker. And he's dead. GG's. You can do fire, like I said earlier, but then you're at the mercy of damage rolls. You save some frames by using fire over Fyra. However, Fyra is very consistent. Especially if you're new to the run, and use Fyra, if you're trying to learn this from my run. And if you're on normal, use Fyrugger. Like, don't fuck around, just use Arga spells on normal. I say that because on normal, he messed me up the other day. That fight did not go well on normal. I used Fyra, and it didn't do enough damage, and he screwed me up.
I'll go first.
Which doesn't often happen, but if anyone's gonna lose you time in this run, it's gonna be Barret when you're playing as him, or Reno when you're fighting against him. Then yeah. So for this I'm gonna tell you how to suck eggs a little bit here and sound condescending, but there's a way to do this because you want to like use movement and then turn the camera, then do movement again. If you try and like move diagonally or turn the camera while moving, Cloud will turn and try to like start turning around, and it's a massive time loss. So here we go straight, turn the camera, then go straight, and this is how I do it. So it's like movement, camera, and I actually have like I number this out, I count it out in my head. It's like 11 and then 1 and then turn right and then 1. So yeah. It's just an annoying little meme that on handlebar sections you can lose unnecessary time if you try and like turn the camera while you're traveling. Prepare for Xville. Gotta stay ahead of them. Or not.
More of those things.
It's like they're guiding us.
So cool.
So cool.
There.
There.
Need to stay ahead of them.
Prep for exfil.
Or
Not. Aerith is the best speedrunner NPC in the game. She takes the best lines. You can beat her here, but I don't know if I got around her. I did just at the end, but it doesn't matter at that point. It's whatever. A little mini game that I play of trying to beat her there.
I don't know.
And you can see her ideal, optimal speedrun lines further into this chapter. However, some of them are going to be skipped because we can save load her dialogue now. So, this is my favorite like sequence in the game.
Right.
It's just super adorable and I love it.
Sector 7 slums.
It's like one of my favorite parts of original too. So,
Yep.
Of course you do.
That suit.
there's one particular part at the bit in a minute when she pranks him. That's the part that I like.
What's Turk want with you?
Dunno. Hey, don't Turks keep an eye out for potential soldiers and stuff?
They do more than just scout for candidates. Turks get called in to handle all kinds of situations.
Professional bad guys.
Extreme prejudice.
Professional bad guys.
Gotta love them.
Back to my question. So what's he to you? Looked like you knew each other.
Me?
Maybe he thought I could be the greatest soldier yet. Forget it.
Forget it.
You mad? Sorry, I have a tendency to say every bloody line before it comes up.
Traveled by rooftop before.
I keep saying that I'll change, but I'm lying, I won't.
Honestly, kind of exciting.
Well,
First time and all. Okay, there's a little tech here you can do. So you walk away until she says this. And then I run up to the dark crease on the corrugated floor. On that corrugated iron, the darker line, that's the trigger point.
Run off on your own.
Then you can run back, and it gets you up here quicker, and you're ahead. You know.
So petty.
Randomly got stuck on that run up there for no reason. Like a random pixel that stopped me.
it's pretty.
Not often I've experienced that, but okay. Still learning all the nuances of the PS5 version.
Whew. That was unexpected.
Thank you, Cloud.
Ah, there it is. The wall.
And after this dialogue, you want to pull away round Aerith, because there's a chance she can block you on the stairs. I can't remember how well we do here, but let's find out. Fucking, yeah, no, she blocked me a little bit. Oh, then she turned around and that saved it. But she can really, like, block you there, and it's annoying.
This time I'll go first. After all, I can't count on you.
Okay, this is the sequence that's, like, my favorite part of the game.
Yourself. Maybe I'll go on ahead and leave you all by your lonesome. Just,
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
then you talk. Tell me a story.
Not for free.
Cheapskate. You're. Gotcha.
You're killing me here.
Got him. Alright, and then back to the speedrun. So now, we stand right... Once we leave this pole, stand right by this wooden post.
Here goes nothing.
Then you can immediately join her. Like, you don't have to wait for her to leave and then you get on. And luckily, if you're lucky, she teleports out of your way. Sometimes she can block you and you lose a couple of seconds. It's a bit of a meme. Just by trying to save a bit of time, you can lose time. So what you're going to see me do here in these fights are switch to Aerith, hit fire, and keep running. I used to roll during the fight, to like roll out at the end. But if you roll and put your sword away, it's slower. So you want to like put your sword away while running.
No more playing nice.
Like that.
You don't know the slums that well, do you?
Compared to
Sometimes my old muscle memory takes over, and my last couple of runs I was still doing my old roll strat, but
that's the world I know.
then I remembered while, like, in between runs, I was like, oh yeah, I need to just let him sheath while he's running, because that is the fastest way.
I can see that.
Oh? Thought the world you knew didn't
And then coming up is the only cutscene, to my knowledge, I think it still is, right? The only one in the game, or the only one in the speed run, that we use the hold triangle prompt in the bottom right corner. You're going to see it down there shortly, far corner, below the splits. This is the only cutscene in the game that is quicker to hold that and skip it. Otherwise, you have to wait for that camera angle to change before you can do start down X. And the triangle is quicker, funnily enough. You have to wait longer to be able to skip that normally otherwise.
There's a shin
Again, shout-outs to the Cid for that one. I didn't know that one until he showed me.
or choose to hang around in.
But a great place to lay low.
There's a few ways you can do this. You'll see other runners run away here and just roll. I don't like that strat. I've done it before. Then I have to go past the objective and run too far to get the flea. So I just murder everything and it's dead. And then I can go straight to the switch and we can carry on. Otherwise, what often happens, she gets caught up and you have to roll all the way over to the left there and you go out of your way and then come back here, do this, and then go back over there. This way, you just murder them, they're dead, and then you go to the switch and then you go over here. Job done. Excel seal of approval. Extra points if you Sorceress Storm the first set of rats. Rats are a problem on this chapter and everywhere they exist because they have a move called Call to Arms whereby they health gate and they summon more homies. And like, so they end up just, when you're trying to kill one, there's actually 3 sometimes just because. So that's the thing that can happen. There's a counter to that, to which I try to use a few times with Aerith, I think, on this chapter. I use it at least once. There's one particular fight I'm thinking of that I menu... Well, I set her up with Sorceress Storm specifically for one fight.
There, check it out.
Oh, tell a lie, it's for 2. There's a fight in this chapter and a fight in chapter 12. But there are 2 times that I could just menu it, you know, X, abilities, Sorceress Storm, but I just hotkeyed it. That's what I meant.
I'll work on it. We'll get home.
Like, I shortcut it just for 2 uses in the whole run. May seem a bit overkill, but...
I'll protect you.
Alright. Just keep running, let her fire. Job done.
That it?
She is so powerful. Her magic stat is 438 with my setup and being in New Game Plus and whatnot. Her magic is the most reliable thing in this game. She is a hard carry in every speedrun, regardless of category, because she is fucking amazing in this game. Her and Tifa carry this game big. Like, if you're doing hard mode and you're doing challenges and you need that big damage, you want Tifa and you want that, what is it? The Unbridled Strength into, the other, I can't even remember all the stuff she can do, but you know what I mean, the hard mode stuff that she just demolishes people, gets like 500% stagger, and then just does big damage with, True Strike, that was it, and dive kicks and things. Tifa is a freight train for damage, and for... crowd control, enemy clearance, and boss damage, Aerith, dude, her magic is fucking insane, honestly. She wins Hell House on this speedrun, every time. And Arsenal is all her as well, really. Barrett assists her, but Arsenal is all her. Like... If someone could make me an animation of Aerith suplexing Arsenal, just like Sabin suplexes that train, that, honestly, that's how I visualize that part of the game, dude. She shits on that boss. It's funny.
I'd rather get paid.
Now, many people know I'm a Tifa enjoyer through and through. Tifa's my wife. But Aerith in Remake is pretty damn awesome. I love her too. She's great.
Should be able to relax a little now.
Don't forget about the Turks.
Alright, we're coming up to the first break in the speedrun. It's like a 2-minute cutscene where we're going to be watching this monitor with Scarlet doing a news announcement with Shinra, right? In the run, this is your first break of the run, an hour and 26 minutes in. This was also a really good time to get here. I was at 1:28 the day before, so I was a minute and a half ahead of myself here. This was good pace. What I'm going to do is, for the sake of this commentary, we're just going to take a quick break, so we will be right back. The next time you see this, in a few seconds, we'll be continuing on with the run, but I'm live on stream right now, twitch.tv/Excel86J, so I'm going to take a short break for a couple of minutes for a wellness break, so do stay tuned. Obviously, we will be back very shortly. Alright, we're back. We're going to continue on with the commentary. So yeah, I just had a real-life wellness break, but this is as I said, this is the first break of the run. There is another break. This cutscene is about 2.5 minutes. There is another break on chapter 9, so you can either take both, or if you didn't take one here, you'll take the break on chapter 9 during the dancing segment. And the next break after that you can take, like bathroom break, is chapter 16 in the Shinra building. The problem is, with these runs, excuse me, these are ran in real time, or load remover time, right, as we've covered. So any extra breaks or anything like that you're wasting your own time, you know, you're wasting your run time, which is unfortunate. As opposed to a Resident Evil game, whereby they're run with in-game timers, and you can pause for up to 2 minutes, and it doesn't affect your run or your time, and, you know, You can't do that in this run, unfortunately. So, as is often the case in long RPG runs. The difference is, this game and this run for 4.5 hours, you're pretty much on the go for most of the run, apart from these breaks. And depending on your run attempts and resets and whatnot, even though this is an hour and a half in, you might have been playing for 3 hours before you actually get to here. Yeah, you had a break an hour and a half ago before... You might have had a break an hour and a half ago before this run attempt. But it depends on how you know... how much you did like a salty run back and just immediately went straight back in, because I do that sometimes. If something goes wrong, like 45, 50 minutes in, I'll reset and just go again, and then I'll have to get to this point before I have a break. And I often play this with like a big bottle of water, so, you know, something like this, or whatever. It's not that big, but just generally either like that, or my old speedrunning jug. A few liters. That's another good one that you need for some of these longer games. Because I've also ran Final Fantasy X before, but the difference with that, Final Fantasy X is like, my run was like 11 hours, but and I had a lot of time loss. I had some bad bosses and whatnot. Right, I can PB on that, but it there's a lot of like long unskippable cutscenes and sections of just dialogue mashing or whatever. There's long breaks in that run where you can like, I have literally had a sandwich and had my lunch break during the run, and it's not affected the game or anything because there's like a half-hour cutscene to watch. So this bit is like an extended break that you have to play, because you have to at least walk forward a little bit every couple of minutes.
Guess we have a new destination. I should probably explain. The Leaf House is the local orphanage. That's where all these kids live.
Hey, Aerith, where'd you go?
The church again?
Next time, we should all go together.
Yeah, so it's like during these parts, even though they're forced walking chats, there's like nothing you can do, but you still need to be active and you still need to play.
Better than being bedridden.
But yeah, this part is like an extension of the break, but you have to attend it.
Anytime.
How'd you manage to find so many anyway?
Oh, I have my ways.
And him?
He's my bodyguard, just until I get home.
And you're sure he's up to it?
Maybe. Since I'm so generous, I guess.
And then I like to knock over all the stools, because I'm a dick.
Here's the Leaf House.
There you are. We're back. Sorry to make.
Don't be.
Well then,
No problem.
all you can care. What with all the.
I'm sure they will.
Let's all wash up before our meeting.
Please grow big.
So this next section is where you would, previously, you'd get a good example of Aerith's perfect speedrun lines. But she has some dialogue here that we can save load. So we're going to do 2 save loads here. / I did 2 save loads here. And then she runs on. And this is way quicker. Otherwise, she walks the majority of this whole screen while having that conversation that we skipped.
My house is just up this path. Mom should be home by now, so I'll introduce you. There you go. That's my house.
It's amazing.
I was late on the skip there. I could have skipped a few seconds earlier when the minimap went, but I wasn't ready for that. So here we want to run up, brush with the door and then run away. As long as you get Aerith's dialogue there, then you've done it, and then you can skip and you're out.
These right here are my babies.
Here we get an example of her perfect speed lines, because she takes the line I want to take. In fact, she's better than me.
do you think we should pick?
Any of them.
Oh, don't be like that. I know you have an eye for this kind of thing. That's the one I gave you.
Huh. It is?
Nice try, mister. You can't fool me. I think we still need a few more. Which should we pick next? She said, as many as you can carry, so maybe a few more?
So yeah, we're just grabbing the same flower 3 times.
I think we're good now. What do you say? Shall we go?
If I remember, I can't remember if your choice of flowers there actually affects anything in New Game Plus. I don't think it does. It in the game, like generally, it changes what symbol you get, right? But I don't know if it actually affects anything, so I always just get that one.
Don't know.
Well, we'll soon find out.
Maybe it's quicker or slower to get a different one or different ones, but I always just go there and just mash.
One day, I want to grow up and be just like Jessie.
Alright, now turn right and we're heading to find Oats.
I remember you.
Where's Aerith?
The Leaf House. Is something?
You could say,
Yeah,
A Turk?
that's what I thought.
it's this guy who they say.
I don't like this.
I know someone who...
Okay.
Come on.
So, not a lot happening here until we get to the next area.
Come on! I want to climb up there. No, it's much too dangerous. But I'm scared of the doggy.
One thing I have noticed is that Oats here always headbutts the backpack of Chadley. Excuse me, and then headbutts the backpack of this guy. And he even goes back to make sure he headbutted it correctly. He actually kind of didn't there, he turned away, but he normally, like, he always, like, makes it his mission to go and, like, headbutt their backpacks.
But if we want to rescue them, well, we gotta break the rules.
Dee 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 dee. Okay, a bit of dialogue mashing, and then we actually have something to do in this next segment.
Don't worry, I've brought a suit.
I used to... So where's the...
I don't know.
Right now, let's
Come on.
You guys have gotta hurry and find our friends.
They ran off this way. Be careful.
Where do you think they went?
Who knows? They're kids. Nothing to do but look all over.
I just hope we
Okay, Aerith's gonna fire these guys, and we're gonna run away.
Moving on then.
I've got this.
Don't you mean we've got this? That wasn't so bad.
I actually got a bit screwed there because I killed them so quick. I didn't expect them all to die. But normally you want to let her kill them and get here ahead of her, so you don't get that slowdown. And then here is the first of 2 instances in the whole game where I want to use Sorceress Storm.
You're dead.
The cool thing about Sorceress Storm is that it hits everything in the vicinity and it kills them all in one shot. If you kill them all at once like that, there's less chance that they can do Call to Arms. That Fire Magnify could have caught the Bound Fat there, but I didn't believe, so I interfered, which potentially cost me time. This whole part here, I'm kind of bad at, and I need to, like, relearn how to do this part again, like, the best way. I often forget just the order of enemies. But it wasn't too shabby.
Let's do this.
We'll be right there.
And you can do a save load at the bottom of this ladder, but it's not worth it on real time.
Now you're in for it.
Alright, here I run away and tell Aerith to Thundergut the Smogger while I get ahead. And this stops some of the slowdown, because otherwise you have to walk all the way up to that prompt. So if you just get there and then kill the enemy, then you're already super ahead. It's like the best way to do this. Then here we're going to let Aerith kill everything and get to the ladder. She's going to hit like a fire mag.
Kinda in a rush, so
Time to get serious.
this is gonna hurt. I'm gonna grow up to be a soldier. Say you. You can't just grow up to be a soldier. You gotta work at it. Cloud thinks I'm good enough to be one, right? Look at you, Mr. Popular. That was so cool. You
Let me make sure that this is still in the best quality.
really cool, and you went like,
It is. I could probably put it in 1440, but I can't like watch that while I'm streaming. It would destroy my net too much.
like that. Fine. Then how about?
So the way that I have it set up is to stay ahead of them kids there, because again, it's a bit faster to be ahead of them the whole way. That's why we do it the way we do. And the rest of this chapter is pretty fast now.
Thank you. From now on. Okay, you guys are both grown-ups, but you're also one of us now.
Then you must be from the legendary.
Hey, Cloud. I know a lot of. When I'm out on. Do you think you.
Well,
I'm on the clock.
Don't worry.
I always have the latest information. Come find me if you.
Alright, we're going to head left here, and now we're heading up to deal with Rude.
Aerith, you're back!
You learn your ABCs.
Come, look what
Great job. Oh, I nearly. He was dressed all in black. A little scary looking.
So this is a nice, quick and easy fight as well, as most of them are. Triple slash for Cloud, switch to Aerith, hit a fire. That changes the phase, and then in second phase, just cross slash him and he's dead. If you've got meter with Aerith, you could probably use a Fire or something. I don't know. You could probably triple slash Fire again, and it's quicker than cross slash. Probably. Or she can hit him, I think, with a Thundara or an Aurora. Or Aurora, depending on how you say it. If she has that. Because he's weak to wind. But on easy, weaknesses don't matter. Like, New Game Plus Easy, weaknesses do not matter. There are enemies that should absorb lightning that I kill with lightning later.
You're heading in on.
Yeah.
So, like,
Enough for one day.
yeah. There are a lot of times where the damage that you do regardless of element will trump, especially if it's an Arga spell. So here we have another really difficult boss, which is not bonking any stuff on the way out the house. There we go. Boss complete.
So,
It's simple. It isn't exact.
was one.
Promise me.
You got it.
Thank you.
And that's pretty much the end. That's the end of that chapter. We just have to run through to meet Aerith now, and that's it. Chapter 9 has quite a bit more going on.
I guess it's time to hit Walmart.
Don't get cocky.
Alright, start of chapter 9, 26 minutes ahead of my PS4 time.
You can see this.
Pretty damn good.
They're still working on the new plate.
And that chapter itself was like just under 5 minutes. 4 minutes 55 seconds faster. Pretty good.
People
The increase in load times between PS5 and 4, but also between the Intergrade patch, were absolutely astronomically good. As I pointed out earlier on, and just even in that first, where you meet Barrett, where you're first able to play as Barrett in the reactor, that first cutscene there that usually takes 20 seconds, takes 3.5 now. It's crazy.
And there's no other way?
It'll be an adventure.
Alright, get her to use Fyra and kill Fire or Fyra, whichever. I think I used Fyra, yep. To kill the Terpsichore. Here, she's gonna hit this with a Thunderger.
I can fight too, you know. You jittery?
Let's go.
A big arm. Kinda cute, don't
And then this bit is pretty straightforward. Traversal, arms, you know, it's the same casually as it is in the speedrun, really.
I wonder if we can use this.
Like, there aren't many differences here. Give or take the odd little trick.
It's this way. Here's an idea.
You serious?
Absolutely. I'll throw down the
There are some ways in a speedrun that you can optimize this by getting the hands closer to their end result before you press circle. You're not able to on this one, but you are in subsequent other ones. I don't really sweat it too much. The main thing you want to do is at least get it high enough that you're not going to bonk. And I think this one, you can use, you know, when you see those raise lower and higher arrows there, they pulse when you're holding it, and you can kind of use that as a guide. Like 6 pulses is high enough for pretty much every one of these.
Well, what did I tell
Just if you wanted a point of reference. So it's looking like this was a bit framey here at this point of the run. Sorry about that.
Stop.
In the name of love. Alright, she hits a Thundergo while we just bail. Get ready for the ladder. Excellent.
Used to be a way through here.
Oh, got a little bit stuck. So here we're going to be using the Cannonball Cloud strat, combat rolling away. Excellent.
Hey, I bet you can grab that container with the arm.
And yeah, just some container moving. Like I say, there's not a lot different here than it is casually. Just move the container, pick her up, put her to the end. She pushes the ladder down, you know. You know. Yeah, it's getting late now. It's like, it's just gone 5 AM and we're only this far in. I'm going to be streaming and recording this till about, what, 8:30?
Hold on while I drop the ladder.
So tonight on this stream, before doing this commentary, I actually was doing speedruns of the Bouncer. Which you will see maybe after this, maybe before. I don't know which order I'll release things yet, but this will probably have to come first because this is like a record, but yeah, if you're watching this, then yeah, just know that I ran the 2000 Square and Dream Factory beat 'em up game on the PS2 called The Bouncer, And I got a new PB on that, so that'll be coming up soon. I've done quite a lot in the last couple of months of speedruns. Loads of Resi 2 runs. Okay, run away, hit fire, and get ready for this exit. There you go. I've done like a load of Resi 2 runs. Did a few RE1 remake runs, PB'd on that. I ran Potentia for a bit, got like 4 runs of that. Zone of the Enders, got 2 runs of that. This. Bouncer today. Dollet, FF8 Dollet on an arcade stick. It's good though, I can get all the speedruns done, and then come like January I'm going to be playing Tekken, and then February I'm going to be playing Rebirth. Well, end of February, March. I'm going to be playing Rebirth, so speedruns will take a chill pill for a little bit. Alright, I nearly said cripple slash, but it's, yeah, as good as. The plan there was triple slash the humans, kill them, and then her Thunderger kills the robot, but she didn't quite. She must have zapped a human. That can happen. If they're not dead and I send her to do the Thunder or Thunderger, she will hit a human and overkill him for no reason. Or if you just kill the humans as she's launching the Thunders or Thundergers, whatever, there's a chance she will just miss because she's already targeted. She can't readjust it that late in the fight. On normal, that did what I wanted it to do. Triple slash the guys. She Thundergered. I was away. It was perfect. But can't have it all every time. But yeah, otherwise, the rest of this chapter, she carries us with her magic. Especially, like I said, we're coming up to Hell House and stuff soon, so... And as I explained about the weaknesses thing, that's why... that's where I think of when I think the weaknesses don't matter. Because in the final phase, as long as I'm not an element that heals it, I kill it. So, like, say it's weak to wind, I can just use Thunderger. Say it's weak to fire, I can just use Thunderger, and it's dead. So that's why the weakness thing doesn't really matter, especially with Aerith's magic. Ba, ba, ba. So yeah, just crane game arm memes right now. But we're nearly done with this section, luckily. So on my 146 run that I did before this, 446, sorry. On my 446 run that I did before this, I messed this up here, and I did it in the wrong order slightly, so I had to put her back and then do the containers. I moved her too soon, and I was getting out of here at like 153 or 154, and now I'm at the end of 150. That's like great. I'm just noticing now, while not actively running, I'm being able to like compare where I've been at and see how far ahead I'm at some of these sections, because I didn't know how far ahead I was while I was doing it, apart from the gold splits of me being ahead of myself. But I didn't know how ahead of previous runs I was.
You want to pass through our territory, then you gotta pay the toll.
Again, I try and run away here, kill them with Aerith's fire. This one dude runs at me though, and he keeps doing it, so she doesn't always get everyone. But this is still fine. At least, you know, it's still a quick way to do it. Again, we want to stand here and be ready for the timing, so you don't get the pushback. Like, if you keep walking into that too soon before you're allowed through, like I said earlier, you get that pushback thing where Cloud's pushed back, and then you have to wait a second, then you can attempt it again. I actually didn't mean to run into her there. I was ahead of myself by like one screen. I lost a bit of time because I bumped off of her and had to turn around and talk to her. I was here in my head. I was like, "What?" I was at this part. That's why I sprinted immediately. But those little things happen. Little flaws in focus when you're nearly 2 hours into the run. Yeah, you know. I can't do all of this perfect, that's for certain. There are mistakes in the run. There are things that, like RNG from bad guys. There are things that happen. Yo, what up, Kira? How you doing, man? Welcome on in. We are just doing a commentary on this run that I did the other day, my 439. And we are currently on chapter 9. Hope you're doing well, dude. Alright, here you want to select Tifa she's good with the books. All of these options are the last option. Like, all of your choices here are going to be the last option, if you're copying my run, at least. So just to catch you up, Kira, this was the run that I did last Friday when I didn't stream. I did this run, I hung out with Levion for his birthday, we played some Borderlands, did some co-op, and then I did this after that, like, off-stream. At the time of this recording, and time of running, current record is 4:59, and this is a 4:39. So I haven't submitted it or anything yet, but I didn't talk when I did the run. I just took my shades off and just did the run. So right now I'm just giving a commentary, analysing where I could make time back, and just what I was doing and what I did, why I do what I do, for the sake of future YouTube watchers as well that may watch my run and may not know why we do what we do. You know, just right. Tomorrow's your Friday, so looking forward to finishing work. Good, good. My American Final Fantasy VIII should arrive tomorrow, for me later today. But like in the next 12 hours, I should be in possession of NTSC Final Fantasy VIII for the PS1. Not to be confused with the Final Fantasy VII International that I sent you the picture of. That's coming Saturday. So not a lot to talk about in the part of the run here. This is like a little bit of a break, almost. It's a break that you have to attend. Some doors, skip some dialogue with him. The most important part here is just the route, which is go back to Chocobo Sam here, turn right. If you get to the place and you see Johnny, you're at the right area. Basically that. There he is. Stupid. Then here, again, we're going to select the bottom options. It's always the last/bottom options for these. It sets up these quests and your objectives in the fastest route. So no deal, because he's using a double-sided coin. And then now we're going to Andrea. Yeah, it was to get the time I was trying to get on this and that I knew I could get. I found it hard to try and do this while streaming and being able to talk to people and stuff. So that's why I recorded this like offline. I just was doing some runs while I was still practicing and derusting, and it happened to fly, and it was great. So, and much of that, unfortunately, was down to the fact that I was able to focus a bit more and just get the run in. You know what I mean? I could, like I said, I could take the glasses off and just like no cam it and just do the run, and I didn't talk until the end, until the credits. Hence why, again, like I say, I'm doing this commentary now, because I like this game. I like this run to be commentated. It's so fucking long. I think it deserves it. Like, I feel like people that sit and watch me not talk through this and just watch the run, fair play to them. But I think that some of it, deserves some context. Because there's more work that goes into this run than people know. So, and I'm proud of this work. So, I'm happy to show it off. And for Kira's sake, who's just joining the stream, Kira, we also ran the Bouncer earlier, and I got on a PS2, and I got a PB, 27 minutes. It was an up and down roller coaster, but it was a nice run. It was like second or third attempt. I didn't even think we'd finish a run before doing this commentary, and I battered it. And I nearly died on the last boss. It was clutch. So yeah, that was on the earlier part of this stream. Either if you're impatient, feel free to check the VOD, but if not, then that'll be on YouTube, and I'll highlight it later and whatnot. So yeah. There's your girl. There she is. So this part, the only thing I can't tell you is when you are asked the hand massage choices, I don't know if the bottom option is the best one there, but for all the subsequent other options in this level, that's what we choose, the last option. We're going to do the same again with Cloud, shortly. I was mentioning how much I love her in Remake here earlier, because she carries the run. She's fantastic. Her magic is broken. She's so good. You're about to see us fight Hell House. And she just decimates him. Spoilers.
There's an underground. If you were
there, any prize?
Great options.
They're already letting fighters inside. You should hurry.
Yeah, great restaurant. He means a great restaurant that has good food options. It's all good. Right, so we are heading to the Colosseum. Now we have to take part in Madam M's Battle Challenge.
That's one thing I'm definitely sure of.
I appreciate confidence. Just don't get too cocky, okay?
I want to get that line. I'm going to go onto this level and record that. You may notice in my splits I have Virgil from Devil May Cry saying, "Don't get so cocky." But I also want one of Aerith. Virgil for gold split. Aerith for, like, good green split. Like, good ahead split. So, like, you know, Virgil is the highest tier, then Aerith, "Don't get so cocky, okay?" And then, like, yeah, I need to get that sound effect for my splits. Anyway, next strategy. You wait for the mini-map to appear in that top corner. Now do a save load, and it skips this elevator ride. Because we're on a PS5, we get the superior load time. I can't even finish the sentence before it's loaded, dude. It's so fast. Kira's favourite line of this game, Aerith shouting that. You might hear it, keep an ear out, let's see. Meanwhile, back with our friend Yuri Johnnythal. Or is it Johnny Lowenthal? I don't know. My man Yuri, shout outs to Yuri Lowenthal. Hope you're doing well, sir. We love you over here. You're in all of my fucking speedruns. Yeah, we can get that one too. I'll have to farm for that one in like 10 battles until she says it. And I need to make sure I'm not triple slashing and, you know, that'll be the hard one to find, but I'll get it. So for these fights, mostly triple slash, just to murk the humans. You can, for the big group of enemies coming up in like the third battle, you can buffer an Aerith fire if Cloud isn't looking like he's going to nuke everyone. And then here I'm trying to realign Aerith with the center of the door to get her out quicker. Because we need her out before we get out.
What's wrong?
The rules don't...
Yeah, true.
Nah, wouldn't bet on it. Better do it.
And then you have to wait here until you hear the jingle. The staff service announcement.
That's what the... Ready to rock?
Yeah, Kira, I got some peach Lipton tonight. That is currently soothing my stream for this... Oh, soothing my stream? Soothing my throat for this stream, is what I'm trying to say. Triple slash all these bad guys. I buffered a fire. Her fire missed because I'd already killed everyone. But the buffered fire was because Cloud doesn't always kill everyone. You can't rely on that. Oh, I love Lipton, dude. It's my favourite. You know, you'll often... If I can get it in my country, I'll drink it. But if I'm abroad, be it in America over by you, if I'm in Spain, if I'm in Lanzarote, if I'm in Canary Islands, you'll always find me walking around with a bottle of this. Ow, and elbowing my fucking chest of drawers, apparently. Motherfucker. Get the fuck out of my way, dude. I hate having all this stuff around me. That's fair. I do that. I always have a cup of tea with my dinner. And I often have a cup of tea before bed, even though it has more caffeine than coffee. Alright, these guys, I'm going to triple slash into Thunderer. She's going to kill that one, and then Thunderer again. She missed. No, I haven't sent her to do it yet, sorry. She didn't miss. It's a lie. Now she hit it. It died. There we go. I thought she missed, because I thought she'd sent it just then after onto the first one again, but I hadn't actually pressed it. But that was the strat there. Just Cloud's there to just weaken them. And mainly, if she can, you just want her to Thunderer both of them. They're dead. This is the start of the example of how buff her magic is. If you have Fire Elemental equipped, de-equip it now. I don't. I have Fire Magnify and I think Thunder Elemental or something. Because Fire off the start of the bat will heal him. And in later phases, you can end up... If you mess up your elements here, you can heal Hell House. And in a speedrun, it's detrimental. Yeah, same, Kira. I always drink coffee all the time. So I'm going to be triple slashing and building Aerith's bar. It's important Aerith has bar, and then she Thunderers. She was supposed to Thunderer him into the next phase, but Cloud actually got it. And I think, I'm pretty sure, without rewinding, I haven't done it any part of this, but I'm going to rewind for the first time. Just because I want to double check that. He finished it. I think there. She did still spend that Thunderer. Okay, no, okay, it was her Thunderer. I just wanted to check. Sorry for rewinding, but... Yeah, I drink coffee all day too, so but I mix it up. It depends. Like, I used to drink a lot of tea years ago, like multiple cups of tea every day and maybe 1 cup of coffee in the morning, and now it's just the other way around again. But I can take either or leave either. I like both. It's whatever. Like, I don't need one of them. I just like coffee and I like tea. I'll drink whichever one. Like, if I came to yours and all you had was T, then that's fine. So you can either counter stance into cross slash there. I chose to cross slash, and I tried to get Aerith away. She still got clipped, unfortunately, because I didn't dash far enough. But then you want to start just combining Cloud's efforts to try and stagger with her Thunderger. That stops it from doing God mode. Now we're in the next phase. This was an amazing Hell House. The fact that I didn't have to keep killing its arms and wait for this God House mode and stuff, that's where the big time loss of this fight comes in. So here, this is all Aerith now. This is a timed sequence in which we have to wait until he finishes his countdown and the camera like zooms in on him. Then we kill it. If you're on higher difficulties here, you should save 2 bars for Aerith, and you want to strike with an Arcane Ward and your heaviest Arga spell, using the weakness of it. We don't need to worry, we just do Thunderger, he's fire, he's dead, done. Again, weaknesses don't matter when your magic is this powerful and the enemies are this weak. Job done. Only have tea from Cigarette cases tonight where I just wanted something different, yeah, exactly. Sometimes I have fruit teas and stuff too.
Big events like the Corneo Cup are pretty sporadic.
And like, I couldn't be bothered to keep drinking coffee. It's currently like 5 AM for me, so I thought the iced tea would be kind of... And I'm now talking for 4 and a bit hours, so, you know, soothing the throat, like I said. So now we head back to Madam M. Part of the thing of this chapter is just learning where to go and remembering which order.
You're here. Just one thing. How a person. All right. Once you change.
So you have her get changed. Then we just mash dialogue, and then we're going to leave, walk like to the end of the path, and come back. That will like reset the trigger thing, so you can access this door again. You'll see what I mean. We just kind of go to the end of the path and then turn around and then straight back. And now we can check in. Yes. This then gets to the next part with Johnny. And now, the annoying part about this whole chapter is if you have to run all the way up to Corneo's to talk to Leslie, just come back here. And there's a meme here where Johnny can either go right here and screw you up, or go right here and screw you up. So that's why I stay left, so he goes this way. This is the fastest way for Johnny. If he goes right on any of them two... If he takes the first right in the alleyway, you get blocked, and you have to just go all the way round and back out. You're soft-locked, nearly. If he goes right at the second part, like at the start of town there, it's wide and it loses you time. If you go a little bit left and take him straight the way I did, then that's the most optimal way, like I say. This always does this. It's not... Do not adjust your set. The focus just goes a bit weird there. I also have a strat that just as I'm approaching the door, about to make contact, I kind of tap, tap, hold, triangle. Sometimes you see me just tap, hold, triangle. Sometimes I'll mash into it, into hold. And I can sometimes... The triangle progress prompt, I can sometimes, like, by doing my strat of on approach, you see how there's like 2 or 3 steps that lead up to every door? Just as I get on those steps, I do it. I'm going to try and do it here. So that one didn't work because I was pre-mashing. That one started at like 0%. Some of these doors you'll see where the prompt thing just jumps immediately to like 25%. Yeah, it's been really cold here the last couple of nights too. Like, we're now just about to kick into December in the UK. Well, yeah, it's about the same, probably about the same as you then, but we probably get around the similar temperatures, but... It's really jarring at the minute, because indoors is indoors, and it's like nice normal temperature, and outside it's like, whoa, that's cold, instead of like a week ago, indoors is indoors, and outside is, I don't know, a bit blowy, put a jacket on, it's not that bad though. So it's like, I went out last night to the store, and it was really jarring, because it was like ice cold, I'm like, whoa, this is fucking chilly, dude. Yeah, 9 degree, yeah, that's like average UK temps, I think. Let me, like, I haven't got that app on my phone, but let me just Google what the temperature is by me right now.
To see the honey, you said you didn't. It'll be fun.
What?
It's pretty rare. Trust me.
It's 0 degrees here.
No can. So, Madam M said. So I say
0 C. Currently. Like, outside.
Good evening. Welcome. We're here to see.
I can have you know, though, that I am toasty in here. I'm lovely and warm. This is great. I've got the PC there. The fucking... Oh, the PlayStation's not on anymore, but it was. And, you know, I'm pretty comfy right now.
And here's them chosen by our honored...
Yeah, it's just a casual 0 degrees, bruh. Just walk it off. It's fine. So if you didn't take it in Chapter 8 at the Scarlet cutscene, this may be your first break if you didn't take the Scarlet break. But if you took that one, this is your second one. I took the first one in my run, so for this dance, I actually went out of my room and went for a smoke. 'Cause that's what I usually do here. Because you don't need to win this dance. You'll see I actually don't press any buttons. I fail this intentionally. It's the same speed whether you win or lose. Homes aren't really designed to combat cold, so when it gets in single digits, it feels really cold. Yeah. Our houses are designed specifically to deal with the cold. So we're insulated and stuff. Every house has insulation here. We're brick built. So everything is like set to keep the heat in. If anything, it then gets hot. When it gets warm, it's toxic and annoying because you can't cool down very easily. But yeah, in these situations, in the winter, it's great for us. But otherwise, we also don't conventionally have aircon or anything. Only like, rich businesses and hotels conventionally have aircon. So it's not something we natively have. So we can't deal with the heat, but we can't deal with anything that's mega cold, like much colder than what we have now, or like snow and ice and stuff. Yeah, not brick, that doesn't help. Pretty much any accommodation you have in the UK would be brick, for the most part. Unless you went to a cottage or something that may or may not be fully brick. In that case you have like a thatched roof or something. Like your roof is basically made out of straw. That's different. But otherwise, yeah. And, apartment blocks and stuff. But otherwise, yeah, for the most part, a lot of buildings here are, brick built. Masons were a thing in the old ages of the UK. Like, isn't stonemasonry what like English people are kind of famous for? Well, not anymore, but New England, that's like Hampshire, right? It's funny because I used to live somewhere called Hampshire in my country. Or is that New Hampshire? Maybe I'm wrong. Isn't there a Hampshire and a New Hampshire? Isn't New England and New Hampshire? I can't remember. Something like that. Either way, we have a Hampshire too. My Final Fantasy VIII American NTSC is coming from over there, and if I'd still lived over there, I could have driven 20 minutes and collected it. As it happens, I've had to wait 4 or 5 days to send it cross country. Damn. It's sod's law, like, who'd have thunk it? What are the chances of me ordering a bloody American game and it come from where I used to live? So I messed up here. Don't talk to him on the left side, and don't talk to him too early, or you get that extra line of dialogue. New England is where the original 13 colonies are. They're both East Coast. I see. They're just different, like, counties, I guess. We don't have a New England, but we do, and we don't have New anything. You guys have New everything. We have York, you have New York. We have Hampshire, you have New Hampshire. Like fucking copycat-ass Americans, dude. We're England, they've got New England. They can't just let us have something, Fucking America, man. You can't just let us have one thing. So there, I got the triangle prompt. Because of that strat that I mentioned earlier, that one started at like 25%. It's not easy to... It just doesn't always work.
You serious? Is there a problem?
I hope you know.
Oh, will be?
If you say so.
Yeah, I know a lot of places in America, or of a lot of places in America, but my geography of them is terrible. I don't know exactly where anything is situated, but I know of their existence. So yeah, apologies to all of my American homies that I don't fully know exactly what street you live in, but, I'm not... Blame the British colonists? Yeah. Fuck it. Blame the British. It was our fault, dude. Us and our bottles of water. Damn it. Alright, pick up this turbo ether and then enjoy how the wife looks in her lovely purple dress.
No?
Yes. And then when the dialogue starts, then you can save load and skip this. I'm unsure if this one is fully worth it, because he only says like 2 lines of dialogue. But he drags it out, so I think it still might be quicker. Alright, next.
Okay, let's go rescue Cloud.
We're going to be controlling... we're going to be controlling Aerith, funnily enough. Oh, sorry, you might hear my stomach rumbling. I'm really hungry, and it's like 2 hours in, and I've got like 2.5 hours to go yet. This is crazy. God, this run takes forever. It takes forever to run and forever to watch. Sorry for everyone that's watching this on YouTube, but, you know, I get it. It's a long-ass run, okay, but... Yeah. So here, use fire with Aerith and use Tifa to dash to the door. That gets you a teleport. That is the quickest way to do that room. This song is my outro theme. You can't even... It's gone. You didn't even hear much. You had like 10 bars of it. But that song, Rip 'em, Smash 'em, whatever it's called. Tear 'em, Rip 'em, Smash 'em, something like that. Tifa's theme. It's my outro song on the end of my YouTube videos, but it's also my pinned song on my YouTube, because on the speedrun we only get to hear like 8 seconds of it. And I like that song. Alright, triple slash, Tifa uppercut, Aerith firer. Sorry, I'm not commentating very well right now. And then into a dive kick. You just want to push the phase to get enrage. As soon as it says enrage, hit a cross slash with Cloud and he's dead. You can even do it a little bit earlier than I did, but I almost like wait for it to start smacking its chest during the enrage, just to make sure I don't lose the first 2 hits of damage.
The sewers
Another one of those.
and avalanche in emergencies.
Sure we're not lost?
Positive. There should be a big
Yeah, I'm starting to get real hungry because this is like 5.5 hours into my stream and it's like 5 AM. Okay. Fire with Aerith here, just while Cloud's running.
Not bad.
There are as many different ways you can kind of do this. You could get Cloud to do it. You could make Tifa leader and get her to dash or parry whirl, like further through while Aerith deals with the fire. There's a few ways. But as I explained earlier, Sahagins as well are weak to fire. And Aerith's fire magic, or her magic in general, is so powerful that she immediately stagger kills them. So when you see they stagger, like I explained a few times, they stagger, they immediately die, and she gets an ATB charge out of it. Because she has a stagger charge. Or ATB stagger, it's called. Then here we're going to parry whirl away. I actually wanted to split the 2 battles, but that's fine. Like, to make sure that I didn't get Tifa into this fight while they were still in the first fight. Otherwise, they won't catch up and do what I want them to do. So that's why I whiffed an uppercut, because I wanted to split into 2 fights. Then I lost like 20 seconds here, because I lost to this ladder. I was pissed. It's the hardest boss in the game, is ladders. Cloud massively loses to ladders. He's a phony. I don't remember ever losing to ladders with Zack in Crisis Core. Speaking of that, that will be up next in December. If you like Crisis Core, we're going to be playing and speedrunning it again.
Yeah. I can't imagine.
Like annual year. I haven't played it in like a year since like we platinumed it when it came out. The whole platinum playthrough is on my YouTube if you want to watch it at any point. Just for anyone's relevance. It's like 170 hours of Crisis Core or something. I don't know, I can't remember. It was about 160 hours, wasn't it, I think? That was a fun playthrough and a very fun platinum. It was really chill for what it was. The best part is you didn't need to kill Minerva on hard mode to get the trophy. I killed her 5 times on normal, but I couldn't kill her on hard mode. Because one of her moves that is trivial on normal actually ruins you on hard mode. So those 2 crabs there, I actually triple slashed them. If Aerith doesn't miss, it's quicker to tell her to do fire and get Cloud to run to where he needs to be. But sometimes you get there, she misses, and then you have to go and clean up it anyway. And there are some situations in this run where I just don't believe, because I've been screwed by them too many times. This chapter is also the worst chapter in the game, by far, because it has the pump time loss minigame. But spoiler alert, I got a 1-1-1, which is the first time on every Switch. So this was like God tier. My normal run as well, which I got a 503, This is like going to be about. It's going to be like 3rd place, I think, if I submit that one. That one also had a perfect pump minigame. It lost loads of time in the last part of the game, but whatever. Kill that blue goo, because that blue goo can put Aerith to sleep before she's able to fire. That is one of 2 or 3 situations where you need to take like direct action to the blue goo and can't just tell her to send it. Usually you'd run around. I used to run around the corner and tell her to send it, but she can't be trusted because you get around the corner to the ladder. She's been put to sleep. You have to go back, kill the enemies, and then you're all the way back there now. She can do this one though. So you roll away, hit her with fire mag, run to the ladder. Well, into the middle, go to the ladder, fire mag, and stand about here so that you can dash into the ladder just like I did there. That I messed up because I swung the camera. I'm trying to go here. Lost a couple of seconds there, unfortunately, but the little insignificant memes like getting stuck on the ladder for 5 seconds or messing that up, just getting, you know, and accidentally getting back on that ladder. These little time losses are so insignificant as well. Like, yeah, they add up and like this free time save at some point, but everything else in the rest of the whole run went so well that, like, even just, for example, the pump minigame. Because I got a 1-1-1, I don't want to run against these splits again, because that means I have to execute the first 10 chapters as perfectly as I did here, or the run's over. And that is, that's the awkward thing. The better you get at a run, fire magnify that guy, he's dead, weak to it. The better you get at a run, and the faster you get, and the better times you get, the more toxic and harder it is to compete with yourself. Especially if you have any breaks. I'm lucky that I can still take a year off this game and come back to it and improve, because it was never that well optimized, and neither have I been at the game. Like, I've never, I've never had the perfect ultimate run, right? So, however, these splits are going to be a nightmare to run against for future, because they're pretty damn fucking good. And yeah, the normal run, anything after chapter 15, there's massive time saves, like 10 minutes of time save there. But look, literally there is. But in this run, nah, not really. There's only little, oh, I got stuck on that ladder kind of memes where I could save 3 seconds on this chapter, but that means all of the rest of the game has to go just as smoothly. And the chances of that are few and far between, right? I'll let, like, this 439, I'll let this sit until somebody beats it. Hopefully it'll just sit. Like, the current record, the 459, has been sat there for like 2 years. There aren't many active runners on console on this category anymore, so there's a chance that will just stay there. But the hard mode runners are way faster than all of us. The boys that run hard mode, like the Sid and Strife and those guys, they can do the hard mode in 420. They could, if one of them even decides to attend this category for a day, they'll grab a record off this easily. Even while potentially doing the wrong strats, like, it wouldn't matter, because they're better at the game.
Let's go.
Like, that's how I know that none of this is like super optimized yet. If this was like mega optimized, it would be mega toxic, like I said. And it would be probably about a 4:15. So there's probably still another like half hour. Well, sorry, 15-20 minutes of time save. But that means everything has to be like absolutely perfect. Look, everything. And even then, maybe not even that much time save left in the run, actually. Maybe not, but depends. Northeast coast. I see. No, you're good. You're good. You said it was over at East Coast, regardless. So it was clear enough for my take, for my liking. You know, I knew what you meant. But I appreciate clarification.
All right. Wait.
Trust me.
Okay, here it comes. Kira, this is gonna be your favorite part. This is where Aerith has to pump. This is pumping Aerith. Okay. All I have to say is pumping Aerith, and then you're gonna be listening. Your ears are now awake. Yeah, Philadelphia. Yeah, exactly. I only know that because of a streamer I watch who moved from New York to Philly and happened to mention it's not that far away, and I was like, oh, okay, it's about an hour drive. Alright, here, mash X with Tifa, up with Aerith, X with Tifa, down with Aerith. This one you can visibly react to. You don't have to like try and time it. When it gets there, you can press it. You can react to this one. The second one you can react to as well. It's a bit tighter, and the third one you have to time it. I was a bit late, but you in that red zone. Yeah, you've got that time to react. Ears are open. Aerith pumping Aerith. And that one, I just happened to get it. I was like, yes, dude. I was like, this is the run. This is the run. I was happy at this point. I was like, yes, this is the run, dude. I was like, that's it. This is the run. Unbeatable now. God run. Because that is where all runs come to die. Even if you do... I got a 1-1-1. Quite often you'll get a 1-2-1 or a 1-1-2 or 1-1-3, 1-2-3. That can happen and it sucks. And it makes a 10-minute chapter into a 12-minute chapter. It's bollocks. Good pumping? Thanks, bro. I appreciate you. I learned from watching you, okay? Alright, here, watch out for the blue goos, because they can put you to sleep. The Fugu Blue Goo. They're cool, though. I love their model and their design. Little pufferfish guys. Okay, more Sahagins. Do a delayed fire, and then triple slash this one guy. Aerith kills the others. Cloud kills that one. GG's. And that's the end of that chapter. That's the end of that chapter. I need to get a beige scarf. Somebody go on Amazon and order me a beige scarf. I will wear it on stream just so I can legitimately say, and Kira will get this. That's the end of that chapter. The Homer Simpson thing. When it comes to Aerith and pumping, I learned from watching you. Okay, you're the expert. Kira is the expert, ladies and gents, when it comes to pumping Aerith. All right, that's all you need to know.
So we can see where we're going. Dark everywhere.
Is that it?
I'm a Tifa enjoyer over here, okay? Okay, so this chapter is pretty straightforward, for the most part. There are some annoyances. The ghoul boss is really annoying, but otherwise, it's not that bad. If you're learning the run, the awkward part of this is remembering which way to go.
Leave this to me.
I don't think so.
So these rats can do call to arms. Aerith happened to she hit the lamppost with her fire, I think. God, I get such an itchy nose, dude. I swear it's the glasses resting on my nose. They, like, irritate my nostrils. It dislodges things in my nose and makes my nose irritable and itchy and snotty and all sorts of things that don't happen for the rest of my life when I don't wear sunglasses. Like, literally.
Don't scare me like that. I think I just heard a little...
Yeah, triple slash some enemies. Sorry, the commentary is going to be a bit lackluster at some of these parts because it's just kind of... There isn't much to say other than what you see on the screen from what I've already told you about triple slashing, fire magnify, things like that. Some of these parts, they're kind of self-explanatory if you've been watching along. And obviously Final Fantasy VII Remake and its forced walking section. These forced shimmy sections, if you don't know, the reason these are in the game and they even exist in the first place is because it was developed for PS4. If this was developed for the 5, it wouldn't need any of these. It was for load times and whatnot. The 5 could do without them, like it wouldn't need these loading sections, loading screens. The PS5 doesn't need those and doesn't have to cater to them, but this, even with Intergrade's load time update, obviously you can't remove a part of the train from the game. So, I mean, you could have done, I guess, but these are things that when Rebirth comes out, because it's only going to be on the 5 and not on that last gen, we won't have any more of these Mr. Mime shimmy sections. So here we're going to try and get down. So there's a strat I like to do here. I want Cloud to kill these guys, roll away, and that now Aerith hits fire for the Cripshays that are behind. Quite often or not, if you do that fire too early, she hits the rats instead, and then she has nothing left to kill the Cripshays. This run and my normal run, I got that strategy perfect both times, and it's annoying because it doesn't always happen. Like, I can never get it consistent, but now I've learned it, and I was like, yes, it actually works now. So I was happy. And as of this chapter, we're currently 35 minutes ahead of my PS4 time.
See what's inside.
So these splits, for anyone just joining, like for Kira's sake, these splits, the reason they're so gold and so ahead, like 35 minutes in the minus, that's ahead, like golf, is because of the splits are based on my PS4 on an SSD run, and now I'm running on Intergrade update on a 5, which, like I say, the loading times were patched to be faster, and the 5 can load faster, so it's like double. So a 20-second load time on original is 3.5 seconds here. So I'm carried a lot of this. A lot of this time is newer strategies, yes, but I'm heavily carried on hardware. Like, I essentially execute a similar run to my 5.5 hour time, more or less. Like I said, a couple of new strats, but the hardware just saves me fucking 35 minutes plus. I would realistically only be about 2 minutes ahead here if it wasn't for the hardware. Like 2 minutes because of strats and like 33 minutes because of tech. Like because of the better kit, you know. Compared to PS4 anyway. But yeah, it's so much better. And like, it's so rapid fire. Damn hardware, yeah, it's good, but it makes it so quick fire that apart from these little standing sections, the first like 2 chapters of the game is just go, go, go. You skip the cutscene, he's moving again. You haven't got time to swig your drink. You finish the chapter, skip the cutscene. That you might have 3 seconds in the black screen, but if you swig your drink, you're losing 2 seconds of your run. You know, because you've put your hand off taking your hand off the wheel, and that can happen. There are not many parts where you, even though it looks like I'm just, you know, some of these parts I'm just walking for 3 minutes, like this. There are some of these parts that you still having, you know, you still have to be active. It's not as dead as it looks. Especially when you're the one playing it and you're thinking about not choking, don't mess up, we're still ahead. How can I still continue to be ahead? Right? There's all these things going through your head. And what, you know, how do I deal with the next room? How do I deal with the next boss? These ghosts have like a weird thing where you can't kill them straight away, and Aerith will not listen to your calls here. So for some reason, because she's doing this little story interaction thing, my attempts to tell her to do Fire Magnify do not work. I'm telling her to do it. I told her to do it. She still didn't do it. She came to me. She didn't use her magic at all. I had to clear up. That really bugs me. I've never been able to solve that. Most of the time I end up just triple slashing them myself anyway, but like, I'm just like, could you just answer? You can see my inputs as well. You can see I'm mashing her to do fire, and she has the bar, and she just runs over to me and does nothing. Like, I was like, okay, I wanted to give her a backhander at that point.
More in here?
Looks like.
It'll be fine, though. There's another one. See, it was health gated there. Cloud couldn't kill it in his second hit. It had to die in the third hit. Health gating is kind of annoying, but it stops you from being able to absolutely demolish the game. Like, if there wasn't the health gate system, Guard Scorpion, I could just catastrophe him and he'd immediately be dead. Like in about 4 seconds, the time it takes to use catastrophe, and like dead. Right. Right, now we want to use Tifa here, do a couple of normal parries, and then parry whirl, turn the camera, parry whirl. I think maybe whirling parry is a better name, but parry whirl sounds also pretty cool. So here we're going to fight the ghoul boss. This boss sucks. On normal, he went really bad for me, but on easy, he went really well. So, triple slash to immediately like start off some pressure against it. Aerith ideally hits with a fire to pressure it here. I'm actually doing too much with Tifa. I could have already damaged it and like put it into next phase. But I like to manually do it like this, because it's a waste of menuing otherwise. Because it's not far off being in second phase. In second phase, we just need to like practically hit it with a powerful spell that it's not immune to. Don't hit it with thunder, it's immune to thunder. Hit it with like a Firaga or triple slash into cross slash. Then when it's pressured, we're going to do elixir to kill. So I did a Thundergut, it's immune. I didn't know that, it's a ghost. I was like, okay, ghosts are immune to... Alright, fair enough. Okay, I did get knocked over and messed with a bit here. I thought this went really well, but it wasn't horrible. So pressure with cross slash. As soon as you see pressure, elixir to kill. Dead. Ghost enemy. That also tells me that Gina Tuck in Cosmo, when we get there in Rebirth, I'm hoping to do that the same way. Because that's how you do him in original. You Phoenix him, right? And he's dead. So I'm hoping that that'll still carry over. Because it's here, it's with Ghoul. That mechanic is there, so therefore I expect it on Ginatak. Or Ginatak, whatever you happen to know him as. The boss from the Cosmo Canyon when Red finds out about Seto. Okay, so we do the switch, run down, and then part of the main part of here is just remembering where to go. That's out here, turn right. We're going to be now heading left, sorry, up here, right, and then to the end of the cart, then turn right to exit. We're going to be heading now towards Eligor, which is the next boss. Eligor's cool. I like it as a boss. I like that some random obscure enemies from Classic 7 made it in as bosses. Hell House is one, Eligor is another. If I remember rightly, you found Eligor was in the Shinra Mansion in the original. I think, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you do see it here as well, but... So here we've got some rats and then some ghosts. I'm going to try and use Cloud for the whole kind of area. Going to boost. Remember, as I said, if he has one bar, if he starts with one bar, which he should from first strike materia, if he starts with one bar, you can ATB boost, he'll immediately have two, job done. We're going to triple slash most of these enemies to get rid of them, because I want Aerith to save her bar, her ATB. Then she's going to run to the end of this bridge, and the second and only time in the run we do Sorcerer's Storm.
Hey, you asked for it.
It was a bit unfortunate there, the damage roll, that they all survived with like fucking 1 HP, unfortunately. That went better on normal, but they're supposed to all get one shot. It's a cool strat. You can do Fire Mag, but I think Sorcerer's Storm looks cooler, so I do it as a style strat. It's like a good strat and it's stylish, so it's like you can't lose, he says, apart from the fact that you can get stuffed on damage there, because I don't think Sorcerer's Storm doesn't take Aerith's ridiculous 438 magic statistic into account. So I'm not sure what signifies the damage from Sorcerer's Storm. Like what is responsible for that? You know, I don't know what attribute deals with that. But so like it for more consistent, perhaps Fire or Fire Mag would be better there. Alright, we're doing some trains. I was trying really hard not to lose to ladders, and in my subsequent attempts ended up losing to ladders. But it's fine. Right, now we got some drakes. I'm bad at this fight. I think I Thunderga both of them. I couldn't decide what spell to do because I second guessed myself. So that was unfortunate. I think we both hit the same one. Ideally, I think I would need like to be optimal there. I think Aurora or Aurora, depending on what you call it, because Cerulean Drakes are weak to wind. Not sure what lesser Drakes are weak to, but I know Ceruleans are weak to wind. Cerulean Drake is also one of my favorite enemies in this game. They're fucking cool. Most enemy like redesigns for the remake have been pretty nice, like very accurate, faithful to original, and like looking exceptional in the new graphics. I've had no complaints so far. Looking forward to the next part, you know. Alright, Eligor, triple slash. Aerith, build up bar, but don't use any. Tifa, uppercut, and build up some bar. Aerith needs 2 bars without using them. Dive kick with Tifa here. I'm just trying to health gate him. Just trying to get the phase shift. That was pretty much what we want, exactly, to the bar. Tifa could do with having that bar, but she'll get it back really quickly, so it won't matter. We need Aerith to have 2 here, because we want to use Breach or Dispel. He's cast Reflect, so we're going to Breach it, which immediately just gets rid of it. It costs her 2 bars to do it, though. Then we're going to use Arga spells. He's weak to Blizzard. We don't care, we just use Thunderga because it's faster. He's traveling around, and Blizzard hits an ice cube in place, and if he keeps traveling, he will evade the Blizzard explosion, and it won't do anything. And Raga has to chase him, like follow him, and it will sometimes hit the containers. So Thunderer is the best option. Here, when you get to this section, switch to Cloud, and then cross slash. And then I switch to Tifa, I dash behind, and I uppercut, dive kick, or do whatever I need to finish him off. There we go, he's dead. On high difficulties, you might need to star shower into a dive kick or something, but on easy, it's pretty simple. And that's the end of that chapter.
Don't get cocky.
Alright, now we're on chapter 12, The Pillar. A few ways you can do this enigmatic Spectre encounter as well. You can cross slash him. Cloud went for the wrong one, which was sick. See how he ran past the guy and hit the dude at the back? I wondered what happened there and why this boss wasn't dead. But that's fine. I cleared up with Aerith's magic, fire mag or fire mag. If I didn't mess that up, you can immediately wipe that guy. Again, there's a few ways to do it. Like, casually, you know, obviously you can do this shit however you want, but... So we're going to do another menu here. I want Fire Magnify on Cloud. So I'm just switching between him and Aerith. He has fire on him, but I need to switch his Magnify to it from Elemental. And then I want Barret and Tifa to at least have... Barret to have First Strike, Tifa to have ATB Stagger. Tifa never really needs First Strike. Then I want Fire Magnify. I didn't already have it set. Tifa doesn't need First Strike mostly in any of this game because she can attack so fast and build up ATB so fast and recover ATB so fast and refresh ATB so fast that she doesn't fucking need it. So I'm going to run past these enemies. Fire mag these shield dudes. This should hopefully clear the whole cluster. It did. I have Fire mag these guys. Sometimes that happens because he does it with his left hand. That's unfortunate for me there, and I now have to clear up because, yeah. Usually, ideally, they all get fire magged and they're dead, but he decided to left-hand it, and his angle screwed it. I think he always left-hands it, but his positioning screwed it. And because fireballs have like an arc of they have like a curve, so they can be a bit problematic. They don't fire straight. So this chapter is split into like two segments. Cloud and Tifa are on the pillar here, and then Aerith. So we're gonna fire. See, that gives, even though he dies, that's what you can see right there. That's the best example. We got a stagger refresh. So weakness, staggered, refreshed, and dead, all in the same frame. So yeah, I can tell by audio. There's like an audio cue for a stagger ATB. There, you can hear it. It's like a gleaming sound when the fireball hits on a weakness. And yeah, so half of this chapter is like Cloud and Tifa along this pillar, and the other half is Aerith going to save Marlene. Looking back on it casually, like in a casual mindset, I like how you have to play the part as Aerith saving Marlene while this is happening. You don't do that in original. Which I thought, a little padding, yes, but I thought it was nice. I'm okay with them taking some of these liberties to pad things out that I think should be padded out. And I think other people would probably appreciate too. Yes, it's a bit of a busy work kind of section, but I've done this many times and I've speedrun it many times, and this part never bothers me. Like I'm never like, oh, this bit. It's always just whatever, you know. Sometimes you get pushed by the pedestrians, you get a bit screwed there, but it's whatever. It's not that egregious. It's not a horrible segment. Dirty Aerith in this chapter.
How the hell did they expect us to escape? There's a way out.
Gotta get through. Gotta find a way.
So here you can get stuffed on the crowd a little bit, but I kind of had a good path there, luckily. That woman turned around and run backwards. Like, she almost screwed me there. You can also get like boosted along by these people, but I don't really play for it. If I get pushed, I get pushed. I used to spin the camera around and try and like steer towards people, but you're then swerving all over the road, and you're just wasting more time at that point. They mostly bonk off of you. They don't really push you that far, so it's not worth playing for. Much like aforementioned wedge boost in chapter 5, right? 4, sorry. Alright, I get some of the chapters confused because it's all, like I said earlier, this is like one long run, one linear adventure. I don't class it as chapters. I only do that when I need to split, you know, like in that sense, but when I'm playing, I actively just think of it as just going from one area to the next. Especially more so because I'm speedrunning and I'm skipping all the cutscenes. If it was like casual, you really feel like you're in this new chapter because it says chapter 4 and you're sat there watching a 2-minute cutscene before you play. Whereas I don't notice it like that because I'm speedrunning, so it's just skip and we're going, skip and we're going. So...
You're Marlene, right?
Okay.
Tell you what, we'll grow lots of flowers at your new house.
Do you think that I could help too?
Of course you can. Hey, what's your...
Where's Eric?
I sent her to Seventh Heaven to get Marlene out.
In Wedge?
Right, and then here, you want to run around to get into battle, switch to Tifa, and then I parry away, and then parry whirl this part. Cut into the center aisle, go up. Now, ideally, you teleport Cloud here, and then fire mag these guys. He doesn't always get the teleport, though. I got lucky there. If not, you get behind them with Tifa and uppercut or fire one of them. Even without Magnify, the hitbox and the explosion of Fyra can still hit adjacent enemies if they're real close. And those shield guys literally, like, walk side by side, so you can make it work. On normal, for instance, that's what I had to do. I used Fyra with Tifa with no Magnify, and it killed both guys. Sometimes even an uppercut will as well if you get behind them, an uppercut in the center. So here we need to fire mag. We're on a timed sequence. I chose to ATB boost, get fire mag, still have another bar. It's because I want to be able to fire mag the next 2 enemies. But if not, I have steadfast block equipped, in which by guarding I get massive ATB increase, and that's just for this part of the game, and for the sweepers in chapter 4, mainly where you try and use it if needed, and I don't have the ATB required. So here there's another heli trooper, which I'm going to fire magnify, probably fire magnify, sorry. I occasionally might say fire magnify when I mean fire, but you'll see on screen the one that I actually press. So he's dead, and then this elite grenadier, I try and... He's health gated and cannot die yet, but I can deplete 99.9% of his HP, like that. Then I can dash Tifa to him, and then when he's able to be killed, Tifa will jab him, and he's dead. Like that. And then Cloud's already at the door, ready to leave, see? That's why we do it that way. Here, fire magnify. If you're lucky, you get stagger refresh, and then this is free. Job done really fast. Nice. That can go incredibly wrong. The blue standing shock troopers, remember I told you they can dodge electric, much like the guard dogs. The dogs and the shock troopers can both dodge electric, like the lightning, right? So you can imagine, of course, they can dodge fire. Yeah. That's why I say I got lucky, because he didn't. He just immediately took it to the face and died. Took it like a champ. Alright, Jessie's not here. She's absolutely fine. Don't worry about her. She's having a coffee right now at Starbucks. It's a shame she couldn't make it to this chapter, but, you know, she's obviously busy doing some paperwork. And meanwhile, we're going to be taking down the Shinra, trying to, anyway, up this big tower, pillar even, that they are trying to destroy. But no Jessies were harmed in the making of this speedrun, just so everyone can feel comfortable with that knowledge. Now, / Reno. Reno's a bitch. Tifa go in and uppercut. Whenever you see blue electricity in this game, that is an electric thing that isn't electric. His electricity can stun you, and it's not thunder. Even if you have thunder absorb, thunder warding, or anything, blue bad guy stuns, blue electric bad guy stuns from these guys, Beck's badasses, any other enemy later in the game that chooses to do it. Like, that stun is like a real fake stun. It's a stun that the AI has to give you because they can't beat you otherwise. Especially on normal and hard mode, you get cucked by that stun all the time. You've probably seen it if you've played the game. Meanwhile, we switch to Barrett here, and I'm trying to get a Thunderger. Because I changed his magic around, Magnify, his hotkey, when you hotkey Thunder Magnify, if you don't have Magnify equipped, it won't just do a normal Thunder. So your L1 to X won't come out. So that's what happened with Barrett there. Meanwhile, triple slash back to Reno when he reappears. Just shoot this. You don't need to waste any spells. Just shoot. It always puts you in this phase. It has like 3 HP there. Like, you can just press square and it dies, kind of thing. You never have to waste a thunder. But yeah. So this fight from the start is triple slash with Cloud, uppercut with Tifa. Hopefully you're in the next phase already. Switch to Barrett, Thundaga the helicopter, or Thunder. You probably don't even need Thundaga. Switch back to Cloud, potentially ATB boost, triple slash, Tifa uppercut, Barrett shoots helicopter, you get to here. Then here, Cloud wants to cross slash, and if them two bad guys stand real close to each other, they didn't. We have to now clean up with Tifa. Reno's still alive, he's causing problems. Big time loss here, that's unfortunate. So on normal, I cross slashed, they both died, it was over. That can happen if they don't space out. And if not, my strat that I intend to do is cross slash into Star Shower. The cross shower. Or Star Cross, depending on what you want to name it. Maybe Star Cross sounds pretty cool. But he's going first, so it'd be cross shower. Yeah, cross shower. That's where, like, a cross shower would be where he starts off a cross slash. Tifa lands a Star Shower at the end of it. If she's got 2 bars, you would do cross slash shower. Or ideally, Star Shower, cross slash, Star Shower. Because Star Shower is Tifa's most powerful move, in a way. I think it actually is statistically her most powerful move. And it also makes the next attack do more damage. Like, it's like a buff attack. Makes the very next thing that hits do way more damage. So Star Shower Dive Kick does more than, like, Dive Kick by a lot, for example. And there's a couple of other areas where I will time a Star Shower with a Limit Break, either to hit at the same time and just double up the damage, like a dual tech, or to time it out so that the Star Shower lands and then the limit hits for more damage just a couple of frames later. Something I do with a Catastrophe Shower later. So this chapter is honestly a big fucking waste of time. You have to run all the way up to Aerith's house, to run all the way back to the lab, to then do the lab. It is what it is, though.
But Wedge wasn't up there with them.
He got out. Alright. I might know some of the dialogue in this game, if you hadn't already guessed. Perhaps that was obvious. He stopped there. He's annoying. I got blocked by him. On normal, he moved out of the way and I got a clean run. He stops at a different position on console compared to our PC.
Right.
So yeah, we're just cruising all the way through up here to Aerith's house. Sorry for you guys watching this live right now, and if you're watching this later on YouTube, this may not look like the best quality, I apologize, but we're watching my YouTube, so I have to deal with the compression of that, plus then this added compression after the fact. The gameplay may look a bit garbage picture quality to you later down the line watching this on YouTube, but hopefully it looks watchable. Like I said, I will link the no commentary run in the description of this, so you can watch it in its 1440p glory, as God intended. So I take a little line in between. You may have seen I dip around the inside of that crowd of people. I call that the Excel line, because many people used to always just run around the outside, but you can dip in there as long as you don't bonk anyone. If you make it smooth, you have to just camera switch left, like right then left. And if you get it right, you can nip through there and it saves half a second, as opposed to going around. Where's Marlene?
Where's Marlene?
Keep it down. Don't wake her.
Pretty straightforward here. Skip cutscenes. This is like the longest load screen in the game. Second, actually. I think the longest one is the end of 17 into 18. Chapter, I mean.
The main entrance to Sector 7 is buried under rubble now.
So now we're running all the way back to the park, and we're going to go to the lab. And now we have to save Wedge, which definitely happened in the original 7, and it's everyone's favourite part of the game. The part where you have to go all the way back to the lab to rescue Wedge. I'm joking, of course, being sarcastic if you didn't already notice. But anyway, we're running this way. We're going to take this line again in between these people. Like that. It's the most optimal way you can get through there. Dee 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 dee.
My ears are still ringing from it. This kind of thing isn't supposed to happen.
So yeah, just running. Just running. Not a lot to say here. Pre-pan, because the camera is going to put you that way anyway. Hopefully, yeah, sorry, I hope this is going okay, and I hope I've been explaining the strats well, and that you have an understanding of what the run's about and what we've been doing. I'm pretty good at explaining things, but sometimes it's hard to get the words out that I mean. Like, I know what I'm trying to say, but I sometimes can't vocalize it.
Good job.
English is getting harder as I get older.
It's blocked.
This is one thing I really hate in this game. How they slow you down and teleport one of your companions ahead of you for no reason. Why does that have to happen? Why couldn't I just sprint directly to this wall crawl thing? Why did Barrett have to be ahead of me there and whatnot? I just think some of that stuff is pointless. I don't see why they even did that. So here, don't fight. You want to switch to Tifa and dash here. This is where we parry whirl our way out of town. Again, holding R1, mashing triangle and circle at the same time with my thumb. Just cruising downtown, pretty chill. She moves, look how fast she goes. Stop here, because I don't want her to initiate. I don't want her to pull into the next fight, or the boys don't get teleported. Cross slash the sweeper. Get Tifa to the exit like that. Perfect. Couldn't have gone any better. I think I get a little bit mixed up in here because I get turned around. This place looks very samey, and sometimes I think I run the wrong way for a few steps. So there's time save here, but that's just because I got turned around. And if it's not this one, then it happens on normal. I can't remember, but maybe last week. Like I said earlier at the start of this, is now like the following Thursday. I ran this last Friday.
Just like that, okay?
Ideally, what you want to do here is cross-slash for Cloud, set Barrett to do something, and tell Tifa to get to the door. But I took her the wrong way, and then I realised, I was like, wait, this isn't the exit. And then I get hit by a blue stun that is one of those that I explained earlier, the unexplainable blue stun that the AI has to have to be able to do anything to you. If they didn't have that ridiculous blue stun that is nothing to do with electric... And I missed the ladder, dude. This was bad. Bad chapter. Just a bad sequence. If you get hit by that blue stun, that blue electric stun is nothing to do with electricity or thunder. It is nothing you can ward against, protect against, ribbon against, or do any fucking thing about, to my knowledge, other than just tank it. Because as far as I know, as I mentioned earlier, it is the AI and the developers' only way to slow you down. Like, it is the only thing they've got. Especially if you're NG+, level 50, Tifa exists. Yeah. Because if it wasn't for that weird blue electric stun, even on hard mode, you would delete them enemies every time without even trying. But it's the only thing that even keeps them in the standing on hard mode, because they stun you for like 15 seconds. Cloud stood there going, ugh, ugh, while he's getting pummeled by bad guys. And like, he's getting chunked for big grips of health on hard as well. It's like I say, it's the only thing they have on you. It was my fault because I went the wrong way in the first place. If I hadn't gone the wrong way and dashed Tifa to the end, then, you know. So it's my own fault because I messed up. Ideally, you want a menu here. But I can't. I also sometimes menu when I get Barrett playable. I think I did it here. Okay, good. This is the quicker way to do it. So here I need to make sure that Barrett has Ice Magnify. I actually take Aerith's Ice, and then I give it back to her later. So she has 2 Thunders right now, but we switch it back. Just because of the way that my magic is. Give him Gotterdammerung, he's going to need it. Anyone who doesn't have Gotterdammerung has a Fury Ring. And basically Fury Ring gets swapped out. Then I've switched these to Blizzara and Blizzaga. Oh, Blizzara and Blizzard, sorry. That was honestly a bit of a waste of time, only by about 2-3 seconds. I could have just stuck with Blizzara on Circle, and that would have been enough. Even probably Blizzard on this difficulty, and Blizzara on normal. But Blizzara just keeps this just a, you know, the middle of the line. Aura spells are decently fast, and yeah, they always do really well. You never really need Arga spells on easy, only unless you need the iframes while casting, or if you specifically need like the knockdown or something, like in the case of Bahamut, where an Arga spell is the only way to knock down Bahamut. Like you may know if you've played this on hard mode, probably well, the way I did it was an arcane ward and stacking fucking Arga spells on him until he dropped to the floor, and then went in with Cloud and Tifa and just started damaging him. Anyone there? Alright, so we're coming up to the 3 hour mark. We've got an hour and a half. Just about an hour and 40 minutes left of the run. Thanks for tuning in and watching this far. I hope you've been enjoying it. Like I say, I hope my commentary and explanation is sufficient and that you're able to get an understanding of what the run is and what it's about, like I mentioned earlier. That is the plan. That's why I'm doing this. Otherwise, I would just post up the run as it was. Like I have done many a time, but I kind of like this, you know, potentially will be a record. It might be kind of a nice one because it's like 20 minutes ahead. So I wanted to make a bit more of a big deal out of it and do like a commentary. Save load here to get the cat to jump down. That is the very last save load that I happen to know of in the game. So you won't see that technique come up anymore for the rest of the run. Unless there are any that I don't know of, then I could add them in later, you know, in future runs. But as far as I know, that is like practically the last save load in the game, at least that I use anyway. Alright, now we're in the labs of Barrett. Close your eyes. I should have warned you earlier, there's an epilepsy warning for this part. It's very flashy. It's only so flashy on 60 frames. I don't know why. If you happen to be a streamer that wears sunglasses, then it's kind of free. You don't have to worry about it. But if you're an eye user, then these parts with Barrett are kind of annoying. They were never as flashy in 30 frames, but a 60 frame minigun, unless you've seen films like Gemini Man in a high frame rate, like if you see a minigun in a movie fired at 24 FPS, it looks a certain way. When you see a minigun in a movie fired at 60 or 100 FPS, you can actually track every bullet, and it makes muzzle flash, at least in this scenario, super egregious and obnoxious, and I'm so sorry. It was never that bad on original. Like on a original FF7 remake PS4. He managed to dodge the blizzard explosion, so I had to send another one. That whiffed because he died. So I lose time here because of these dogs. Ideally, you blizzard, they both run into it, and that explosion, the blizzard like explosion kills them. But both times, this is why blizzard kind of sucks against fast moving enemies, because they just moved out of it. That's exactly why I didn't use blizzard on Elagor. On normal, I used one Blizzara there, and it deleted both of them. Job done. It's just the way of it is how it is. Usually it should go like that. There you go. Perfect example. That's how it should go. Dog gets frozen, pressured, staggered, dead. Job done. Alright, more flashing. One thing I think is a nice touch is that you can hear the behemoth roaring in the other room. You don't even fight that until the end of the game. Yeah, it's like an extra mission that you come back for. Well, I think you could do it on this chapter, right? Maybe you can do it on the next couple of chapters. You come back here. I can't remember when you're supposed to do it, but I think it's chapter 14. I think it's the last time you get to do side missions. Yeah, that'll be the next chapter. D, 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 D. So mostly here I'm using overcharge with triangle for these groups of enemies. Because if you get a good roll, it will get all of them, but not always. Like, again, it just not when I say a good roll, it's like almost a good roll on the enemy positioning. Sometimes then bugs will fly in behind the rats, and then you'll get an overcharge that will kill all of them. Doesn't always happen, though. God, I'm so sorry. Itching my nose so much, dude. Ah. I got you. I actually messed up. I tried to swing the camera and hit square, but I didn't get there far enough the first time. So now we're going to be joining Tifa, and that's great because it means we're not going to lose any more time due to Barret. So now we're going to parry well over here, get out of the way, and flee this battle. Just to pull Barret up here. Shoot the fan, switch to Tifa, same thing. Okay. Next, I'm going to try and overcharge. Is it this bit with the mono drives? Yeah, overcharge the mono drives, and then catastrophe the big dude. Didn't quite work, but Tifa still cleared up. Catastrophe the cutter while Tifa dashes away. Takes a little second for it to hit him like that, but then Tifa's already at the exit. Barret gets teleported to me. So all in all, it seems like you're standing, or it feels like forever you're stood with Tifa at that ladder, but it's not that long. Then we need to parry well all the way through these platforms. You'll see me stop and turn the camera just so I don't go the wrong way. It's worth taking the second or two to just adjust your field of view and then move afterwards. We're not in a rush. Look, I have loads of time. So... Alright, now we get to the exciting, fast-moving part of this chapter. Blizzara spam. So this is why, again, the idea for this strategy and this whole concept comes from the Cid, because he does it on hard mode, and it helped me ever since I started using it about 3 years ago or 2 years ago, whatever. It helped me like sort out this chapter, because otherwise these guys are a pain. Blizzard, or Blizzara in this case, spam with the ATB refresh from Stagger, plus he had First Strike. He's just spamming Blizzara and getting topped up on his ATB here. Now you want to go for this one, B. Well, one of them that are running along the bridge. They're very important. Wait for them. Wait for them to be in position. Do Blizzara, roll from their putrid thing because it puts you to sleep or something. It stuns you. That's GG. As long as they're dead, we're good. Then we can start controlling Tifa, and we're using hotkeys, commanding Barret to Blizzara spam everyone. This cutscene symbolizes we're at the right timing. If you get this cutscene while Tifa is nearly here, fucking GG. Perfect. That room used to take another 2 minutes, I swear to God. It's so much better now, the Blizzara spam. And if you think that's good on easy, Cid does it faster on hard mode with the same strats, or similar strats at least. I don't know what else he does now, but that's where I learned from him. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn around every now and then. I want to turn around and dive kick the boss, not mess with the homies. On normal, you see how he pulled them enemies with the electric there? On normal, that knocked me out of my attack, and I had to do dive kick again. That's how annoying this game can be on normal difficulty or above. But on easy, we go through it, it's fine. So we dive kick there, and then we're into the last phase. Now we're going to do a catastrophe shower. We're going to launch catastrophe with Barret at the boss. I'll manually menu it. Get Tifa at the back, star shower. The catastrophe's going to hit and do more damage. There you go, catastrophe shower strategy. And for all intents and purposes, at the end of this next alleyway or so, that's chapter 13. Moving on to chapter 14 next.
I want you to take Wedge back for me. I'm gonna look around for the others. He made it, didn't he? They could still be alive.
There's the chapter. Good. At this point, I was 47 minutes and 59 seconds ahead of my PlayStation 4 run. Give or take. It's actually a bit more, because it says that the final split is 5:49, but I think this was actually a 5:31, but I didn't update my splits after the run. I think I just ended them or whatever. So the last two splits are not correct. So it'll be like, instead of it being like an hour, it's like an hour and 10 minutes ahead, or something, hour and 20 minutes ahead by the end of the run compared to PS4 time. So here we have to go and talk to Barrett. We get Barrett because on previous like setups of the speedrun, you don't do the side quests, therefore it's Barrett, right? It's the side quests that you do on chapters 3, 9, and 14. No, sorry, 3. It's like, what was it? Chapters 3, 8, 9, and whatever else. The side quests that you do on those chapters are what decides that. Like, who was there for that conversation. Casually, I always get Tifa, and speedrun, it's always Barrett. And I had to go out of my way to get the trophy for Aerith.
Because boy, do I have some news for you! The office must be crazy.
Okay. Ugh, my nose, I swear I'll rip you off my body in a minute. It's so annoying. I want to be like Krillin in Dragon Ball. It's like, remember, you don't have a nose. Oh yeah, can't smell the bad guy. Cool. So here we want to go War Market Advancement District, or whatever that's called. Urban Advancement District. This load time on PS4 used to take 45 plus seconds. It takes 6.5 on PS5. You could hear like a good few verses of that song. That used to play a good few times before this loaded.
I don't want to talk about it.
Hey, Cloud, what happened?
Don't recall.
So now we're heading to Leslie. This chapter can kind of go fuck itself because it is just the sewers again. This one is definite padding. This is what? The sewers again, with kind of a new enemy and a repeat boss fight.
No one's home.
I got a bit screwed on this run because... Not screwed, but I lose a bit of time here and there on this chapter because Cloud drains magic a lot here because of the strat that I do. And I actually ended up using 2 or 3 ethers where I'd normally only use 1. So, an important strat here is to make sure that Cloud is re-equipped after that chapter. Otherwise, he has nothing because it was split up between everyone else. So, make sure everyone is, like, ready back to their old shit, basically. And then I remembered, goddamn wrong.
Head for the trunk line.
So, this is the revisit of the sewers, and we actually take a different path this time. So now we go straight through this way.
Bring it.
And then, there's a couple of ways to do this chapter. Ideally, one of the old ways, I don't even know what the fastest way is, but I think the fastest way is Tifa with a magic setup, her dashing downtown while also doing fire mag. But in this instance, I'm telling Cloud to do fire mag while Tifa escapes. Not for this fight. This fight is just Tifa escaping. We're just going to be parry whirling all the way away through 3 rooms heading this way. And then we're going to flee at the end of this area here and climb the ladder. But for the next few fights and for the next couple of areas, the main strat here that I'm going to... Usually, I would do just Cloud Fire Magnify. But what I try and do here is Cloud Fire Magnify and get Tifa to the door. And as I said, I think the fastest strat is Tifa doing Fire Magnify while also dashing to the door. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can still... Maybe it is kind of like this, getting Cloud to do the magic while she dashes away. I feel like then she's getting distance. And I always like to go to the left here so that we get them. There is a chance that the pillars get in the way of your fire otherwise. If you happen to use fire here, if you use thunder, perhaps that doesn't happen. But maybe the bridge blocks the thunder, I don't know. But I always found that just going a little bit left for that fight and then doing my fire magnify actually like hits them.
Yeah, we heard you. Made it. About time.
This way. There should be a door with Corneo's mark on it around here somewhere.
Hey,
Your time to shoot.
Yeah, yeah.
can I ask you, why did you help?
Andrea,
That really...
I couldn't.
Huh?
It doesn't matter. Let's go.
If this is what you want...
Let's finish this.
I like that strat there. Just fire a magnify into roll to get him closer to the door. Like cast it and immediately spam roll, and then you can be like ready by the door there. It's like nano little saves. You don't need to do it, but excuse me, I like to. Alright, now this is a part where you'll see me occasionally flick up my menu because I want to check my MP. This is like a big running sequence part where I'm once again going to be doing fire and magnify, would you believe it, into Tifa dashing away. That's the strat we're going to use for every room. Then we're right on him before he even climbs the ladder. You can sequence break in one of these future rooms coming up because Tifa she dashes ahead of him. Even though you're supposed to be chasing him. Again, in these two rooms here, you want to do fire mag and then get Tifa to dash. But while I do that, I actually I get stuck because it's like further down on myself than I think it is when I do those dashes. And I don't have time to turn the camera. The camera's kind of slow when you're in combat. I was preparing for... I thought that was a different battle when I got there. There's one with the 2 shoats and stuff coming up that you have to actually start doing moves for everyone. I luckily just had enough MP there, but I think I Aether here because I need it. Oh, wrong way. Yeah, I need Aether for this room. Oh, no, actually, I don't. I used it here, but this is the strat here. Normally, you dash down and Tifa gets ahead of the enemy. This is what I was on about. Oh, she didn't there, I think, because I waited so long because I did the Aether. But most normal runs where I don't Aether there, I can get ahead of him with Tifa. You might see it. I was ahead of myself because I wanted the MP for this room. Oh, and then Cloud got put to sleep. Of course he did. Like, Blue Goos are a massive... they're a really good matchup for Cloud, in the sense of, in the Blue Goo's favour. If Cloud gets to attack, the Blue Goo is dead, but if the Blue Goo gets those bubbles off, Cloud's fucked. Now, if only the Blue Goo could do anything, like, real with some damage, then Cloud could actually be in trouble, but...
Just like his owner. Give it back.
Alright, the mischievous show, as well as... Is it just the one here? I think it is, right? Yeah.
Hang back.
So Barrett still has his Aurora, or Aurora, depending on how you say it, from the start of the game, right? That he used on Guard Scorpion in the first chapter. So actually, like, for lack of other spells, I sometimes implement that, as you saw there, where I chucked out an Aurora because it... that's what I call it, anyway. I chucked out an Aurora because it has a big hitbox and a big range. And, like, in lieu of having the correct element there, which would have been fire... Wind still does the job. It's pretty gnarly. I probably don't have enough of an appreciation of wind magic in this game. It's probably way better than I even give it credit for, but... In original FF7, like PS1 FF7, you don't get wind magic, but the enemies do. Like, there are some enemies in Wutai that do arrow and then stuff to you, and you don't... Arrow wasn't around yet. So, like, Remake having wind magic is kind of neat. So make sure everyone's got MP and whatnot here.
Wait outside.
Think the kid's gonna be okay going it alone?
Okay, Abzu the second. So I like to roll over here and then ATB boost, and then hit a fire rigger on Abzu or his horn. Perfect, that pressures him, and now he's health gated. He's immediately going to jump back. Tifa's going to gain some ATB, and when he jumps down, like when he finishes this shit, she's going to hit him with a fire rigger. It's going to pressure him. Then I switch to Barrett, focus shot, and then Cloud go in for the stagger. If Barrett's focus may immediately stagger it. It did immediately stagger him, job done. Cloud laying some damage with a triple slash or whatever he has. I didn't have the meter and I chose to save it, so I went Punisher into square combo. Now here I actually messed up because I actually usually have Catastrophe on Barrett here. And I realized right now, fuck, I don't have Catastrophe. So this is completely made up. Normally I would use Catastrophe and put Tifa by the door and that's it. But here I have to actually do this, so there's a bit of time save here because I have to do things. I did cross slash into whatever Tifa did, into an arrow, into the, yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna have to rewatch that because I couldn't keep up with it myself. I was still in my last sentence, so this is another one and only thing that we're gonna rewatch. Right. So I did cross slash, triple slash, cross slash, star shower with Tifa. Into Barrett, into Aurora, into Cloud. He's dead. Sorry, I thought that was worth going back because there's a lot that happens in like 5 seconds there. Good. Not the best, you know, ideally it's just a catastrophe into a star shower and then Tifa dashes to the door and it's over. But it wasn't a bad recovery. Oh my nose, I swear to God, it's been so annoying. It's literally the sunglasses resting on my nostrils, dislodging stuff in my nose and making me snotty and making my nose itch and all sorts. None of this happens when I don't wear sunglasses.
Once we start, you know, sure you want to go.
Alright, chapter 15. So now 53 minutes ahead of the PS4 time, roughly, because obviously the splits are not correct, but they're good enough.
Careful. No telling what's going to collapse or when.
So this is kind of a short chapter. It's pretty chill, to be fair. There's some memes that can happen with Valkyrie, and they do happen. I do lose some time on this chapter. This chapter can perpetually always be faster if you could guarantee a good time loss Valkyrie. And it's not the boss fight part that I'm on about. It's the part where he's machine gunning and you have to run past the containers. Because that's the part where it gets stuck. And I've had like a one pass, like a straight run. I've had that once or twice before, but it's very rare for me.
Here I go.
Right behind you.
I'll live for this shit right here.
So there, I set up Barrett to do a catastrophe at the start of that fight, and I just get Cloud to the ladder. You could probably do it quicker with, like, some wind magnify, but the same as this next fight, the Cerulean Drakes, they're weak to wind. However, I choose the catastrophe. It's a strat that works on easy and normal. If they fly around, you can get screwed because the positioning doesn't work out. But if they stay near each other, they both get deleted, and you just gotta stand there and it's fine. Not as quick as it could be, but it's like really consistent because it's really consistent if their positioning lines up, because Catastrophe hits multiple times for big damage. So and on easy, yeah, no problem. And do a bit of menuing there. just to make sure that everyone, like, mainly the goal in this chapter is to make sure Cloud and Barret are ready with Thunderer, or Thunder in general, for later on. Cloud still needs to have Fire Magnify for these parts, and then he just needs to have Thunder equipped, which he does.
Don't screw up, and by the way.
I actually messed up there because I thought that was a cutscene for a second, and I was like, oh no, it's not, it's dialogue. Then here I want to change his shortcuts to Thunderer at least. I think I did a Thundara as well. And magnify that and a singular Thunderer for the boss. If you fire, again, I'm sorry I said fire in some places where I meant fire. If you fire mag those guys, they just die. On normal with this same loadout, they don't die. I don't get a stagger. I don't get ATB. So some of these fights do not go to plan on normal.
Not much choice.
I think on normal I should try going for a more magic build with like Iron Blade or something. So here I want to fire the dog so that I get everyone killed and I get ATB stagger. Then the Heli Trooper, same thing. I specifically go for the dog and the Heli Trooper. They have more HP than the regular guys. They're likely to give me a stagger charge. These guys just die. Even though they're weak to it, that's just how it is. So I'd already buffered a wind with Barret there because like I thought I needed it. I'm trying to get them to help me clear up. Because I don't have bar to do my fire. And I just triple slash through them to get out. Bit scrappy at the end there, but it wasn't bad. Another way to do that is Cloud runs past everyone and gets right to the end, and then Barret catastrophes them all in a line as they run towards him. But it's not consistent. So go straight under this one and latch up. I just kind of want to throw the kitchen sink at these guys because they're all spread out and it's annoying. So I just want to like wipe them and then get Tifa to the exit, like that.
Keep it up, man.
I was like just in time there to get her there. Then here, I'm going to initiate the fight intentionally, but switch to Tifa and then parry whirl out. Sometimes you can get a bit further in this room, but that's okay. We at least got out of there. Then I'm going to buffer Catastrophe with Barret. This isn't the quickest way to do it. I think 2 Thunderers is the quickest way, but... Or just a Thunderer into something, or whatever. Triple slash into a... Triple slash with Cloud to pressure it into a Thunderer probably kills it. But I've just kind of, again, for consistency's sake, you can just stand at the ladder and do a Catastrophe, and it's good to go. I gave Barret the Magnify too early. I was too keen and too ready for the Thunder stuff. Cloud still needs it on. So like, my menuing was crap in this level because I kept remembering things after the fact. I'm like, oh shit, no, I still need this and I need that, and oh fuck, I did this wrong. So my menuing was a bit scuffed here. But that's because I'm 3.5 hours in and I'm like, not panicking, but I'm starting to get worried. Like, you know, don't fuck up. Don't try and drain too much time. We're doing really well right now. And sometimes I try and do stuff too quickly for my own brain. And I'm like, right, do that, and then get out. And then I'm like, then it occurs to me, no, I forgot this. I need to add that. So that's why you'll see me sometimes do a menu, run, then do another menu because I forgot something. It's not intentional. It's my bad. Like, you can save loads of time here. Don't do what I do. Do all the menuing at once. You know, learn your menus. I didn't. And sometimes I change on the fly with what I'm trying to do. I sometimes get bright ideas this far into a run. I'm like, no, just do what you already know. Don't do anything crazy. So I'm going to run past these guys, do a delayed firer onto the Cerulean into Catastrophe with Barret. The Cerulean will fly into Barret and die.
Oh yeah, another one in the bag.
Not always consistent. Sometimes you need to just help with Cloud. Sometimes the Cerulean doesn't fly over. If you do Catastrophe too early, Barret like spends it on the other scrub enemies and can't reach the Cerulean. What I like to do for this enemy is switch to Barret, overcharge, and then Fyra. I think I could probably just do Fyra, but that strat is from normal. And I still like have the muscle memory for it, because that's how I do that fight on normal, and it works. Like, I actually learned this run and this game on normal, and now I've spent the last 2 or so years running easy way more, and I just do the odd normal run. So I'm better at easy now. This is the part that you can get a full run all the way up here without being interrupted. There's infinite time to be gained and lost on this level. If you get stuffed halfway through a crossing, you get brought back as well. I actually did alright here in like 2 stops to get all the way. That's good. On normal, I got stuck there for like a minute. It's a problem. The good thing is, on easy, Cloud can get hit and keep running. On normal, them bullets all stagger and stun him. Again, I need to make sure he's ethered up ready. And then here we're going to hit Catastrophe with Cloud. Catastrophe with Barret and Thundergo with Cloud, I think, yeah. Here we go, and then Thunder the last one. Job done.
Told you so.
I really like this song. Right, fire a mag for the heli troopers. They're dead. The second one jumped up to join his buddy, and they both just exploded in a fireball of death. That doesn't always happen. That bad guy saved me some time. I'm just noticing that now. Fair play. Right, now we're going to do some grappling, and then it's Valkyrie time. So that bit where I ran past the containers, where he's machine gunning, you can get stuffed there, and if you get half, like 3/4 of the way over, but he hits you, you get dragged back, and you have to wait for him to stop and reload, and then go. You can lose like 3 minutes there. It's horrible. If this is a good chapter 15 is like 10 minutes. An annoying chapter 15 is 13 minutes. That's the difference. We're at 9 minutes 25 currently for this chapter. This was a good one. So Thundergo with Cloud, overcharge with Barret. The overcharge was actually too much. I could have saved it. Like, again, I learned normal strats, so I'm used to setting up like 3 moves and the boss just tanking it. So, like, sometimes even still that happens to me on easy. Even though I'm better at easy now, I still play like I'm playing on normal. So a lot of the time I'll set up 3 or 4 moves and the boss is already, it's like overkill. But anyway, Thundergo him again. Get some ATB with Cloud. Boom, he drops for the next phase. Then here we're going to do Catastrophe Shower. But not quite. It's not really a Catastrophe Shower in this instance, because she doesn't have any bar right now. But we're going to Catastrophe and dash Tifa into the blue laser. Laser. Oh, and I do a Thundergo here as well, I guess, to cover myself. I didn't need to do that. But the Catastrophe plus this laser, he's dead. If Catastrophe didn't kill him, the boss's own attack would kill him, and you just have to wait until it's about to launch and then dash out of it. Job done. Alright. We're coming up to the next break in the run as well, which is also where I'll take my next break. I honestly imagined and thought I would take more breaks during this commentary and have to stitch it together later. But actually, as it happens, I'm having the same breaks as I did anyway. Albeit, these breaks today are a little bit longer than the 2 minutes that I have to pee and wash my hands during the run. Luckily, my bathroom is behind that wall, so I literally just go next door to the bathroom. It's like, if that wall wasn't there, it's essentially an ensuite. But that helps. And last year, when I did the PC runs, my upstairs bathroom was being repaired at the time, and I had to run downstairs, and I lost like 12 seconds on my bathroom break things because I had to go further away. So here I'm going to fire and mag these guys. I used to Catastrophe them, but then you're standing around waiting for Barret to not kill them, so I just did it myself. And then here, triple slash. It's probably better to fire those guys to get ATB, because I need ATB here. And ideally, if you have ATB here, you just fire a mag and they're both dead. So I just had to like waste a bit of time to build up the meter to do it. And then the other guy dodged it, because why not? Okay, and they finally died though. Jackson came online during my world record. I need to show him that. Shout outs to Kiyomaki from the chat room. Unfortunately, I need to get everyone to not use their real names on console again because I accidentally dox people all the time now. But so the strat there is specifically target the dog, because the dogs give you stagger, they give you ATB, you can mash fire, everyone's dead, right? Fire. And then this strat here, roll past everyone, preferably target the dogs or the soldier, it doesn't matter. Fire a spam while Barrett is doing catastrophe. If Cloud didn't hit the right enemy there, but if he hits the right enemy, he gets ATB refresh, and then it's even quicker. I actually fucked this up. But we can recover it. It's not that slow. But quite often on normal, how I did that, it actually went well on normal, I think, was, yeah, catastrophe into fire spam. Fire has to hit the dog, though. I think the dog dodged it. Or whatever. Or because I accidentally switched to Barrett, I think Cloud might have accidentally targeted the wrong enemy. So what a strat you can do here, it's not really advisable, but because it can mess with their AI pathing. But what you can do, Barrett is really slow, and you can just nudge him along. Speeds this bit up by about 20 seconds. Tifa's skinny, so she's harder to push.
Just keep heading up.
So, how do we get upstairs?
Either the elevator or the emergency stairwell.
Isn't the lab we're looking for on one of the top floors? I hope we take the elevator.
So again, he just drank turbo ethers like they were iced tea in this run. I don't know how, but Cloud just drained MP. I really like this song too. And the part of it that kicks in, well, I think it's the same song, right? But the song is called Hand Over Hand. And like, I like it when it really starts, when she gets on the bars. It's a lovely song. You can't move here for ages for no reason. You can mash, you can do whatever you want. The game will not allow, I'm holding forward the whole time. The game will not allow you to move until you're allowed to move. I'm dancing on the controller. I'm pretty happy at this point. Right, remember I told you about handlebars. Move, turn. Move, turn. God, I hope they let me play as Tifa a lot more in Rebirth. Like, I want to be able to control her as leader and stuff. That'd be sick. I'm now just realizing that by the time I take my chapter 16 break here, in the speedrun, I'm like within an hour away, or I don't know it. I don't know it yet. I know it now looking back. Hindsight's wonderful. But I wasn't aware that I was only an hour away from the end of the game. Because this chapter is historically, like, it used to be 25 minutes, but on Integrate it's like 20. With newer strats and with all the load times, you save a lot of... There's a lot of cutscenes to skip and a lot of loading on this chapter. So you save a lot of time in hardware here. And chapter 17 is fucking long. Like, it used to be like a 45-minute level, but it's down to like 30 or so now, again, because of load times and strats. Bit of a mix of both. Yeah, I expected to take the liberty, because I'm recording the commentary and I can have breaks whenever I want. I expected, honestly, to do what I normally do on stream and have a break like every hour or so. But I've been getting carried away and enjoying the run and whatnot. And I just felt like I wasn't that long since the last break, really. Which is what happens, luckily, when you're running this. you know, you don't realize the time, you don't realize how long it's been. You're like, but you get here and you're like, oh, I'm on chapter 16. Sweet, okay, I can have my break now. It's kind of like that. Unless you really desperately need a pee, and then you feel it on chapter 15, and then when you get to this building, you're like, come on, get me up these fucking elevators right now. So depending on how much water you've been swigging in your run and how desperate you are, that changes this chapter a little bit.
Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing.
Do I have... I can't see. Sorry, I can't see my monitor because I have loads of fucking bottles of water in the way, so I can't see my MP. Okay, there we go. Because it's quicker to fire her there. I don't know why I did triple slash. I think I was trying to save him from swallowing fucking ether as an MP.
You must be visitors. You will proceed by the X their biome, and now begin.
Why is this whole...
I don't know, but
You think everything...
yeah, I...
Ha! If it is, then bring it on. Man, why we gotta get all these damn key cards just to get anywhere?
This is Shinra HQ. The hell did you expect?
Says the former company man himself. Guess you'd know about all the rules, regulations, and red tape.
Not much to say here other than just know where to go. I lost a run here once, right here, at 4 hours and 35 minutes on PS4, live on Twitch. 4 hours and 35 minutes right here, because you can move there in that fade-in, and I got a bit lost, and I couldn't find that door, and I also couldn't quite remember. I was learning the game. It was 4.5 hours in. I remember it like it was yesterday. I had to reset and or lose that run. I did not finish that run, because I'm that type of guy that I'm like, oh, fuck it, dude, I've lost like a minute, the run's over, and I don't do red splits and stuff, you know? So, yeah. Right. This is going to be the break. This is the break of the run, and we're going to... Nice time to pause. I'm also going to have another break on my stream as well. So if you're still watching this after the fact on YouTube, thank you for watching so far. We will be right back in a few seconds. Okay, continuing on. We are at, as I said, our second, or potentially third bathroom break of the run. So you have this, like, room where you have to watch this monitor with this cutscene, and the next room also. So whichever one of these rooms, I would have to look. I've never timed it. I don't know which one is longer. But I often usually go for the bathroom break at this one right here, like I did for this commentary as well.
Moving along, the next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed, because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
These all look so familiar.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
Impressive, wasn't it?
So yeah, you just have to, in between those rooms, you have to run over to here just to have another, like, 2-minute cutscene.
Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock.
I'm pretty sure, at the time of recording the run, I went for a bathroom break on the first room, and I went outside for a smoke during this room. And I just listen, I turn the TV up and listen for, now, moving along, and then when I hear that, I sprint back to my chair. Basically. There's no other strats to speak of here. Pee fast. And smoke fast, if you smoke. So when I hear that now, moving along, I'm like, shit, go! And I'm running back to my chair. I'll sit down, pick up my controller here, and you'll see when I turn the camera, I'm back. Okay, cool. Like, I got back to every one of them perfectly in time, and I was like, yeah, cool, nice one. Like I said earlier, when my upstairs bathroom is being repaired, I had to go downstairs, and then I lost like 12 seconds on this break. One of these breaks. There's a run that I have somewhere, on YouTube or whatever here, where in one of them rooms she says, probably, I think it's that one where she says, now, moving along, and she finishes her dialogue, and Cloud stood there for like 12 seconds until I get back, because I was late. Yeah, it just happens. It may not have been that long, but maybe it was. Maybe it was longer, I can't remember. So we're on the final leg of the commentary, the final leg of the run. This is like the home stretch. Finishing off this chapter, and then chapter 17 is a slog, chapter 18 is pretty quick. And yeah, that's it. We're about halfway through this chapter right now.
I still can't believe the mayor is working with Avalanche.
Would have been nice to know. Idiots at HQ should have kept us in the loop. Here's the 63rd floor, where loyal Shinra employees relax and recharge.
So again, here, just know where to go. Not much I can really commentate as such here, you know. So turn right, this bit I can tell you, take this door, because it's closer to the stairs. And you want to leave the same way.
I think we just need to start talking to people who look the part.
You might be able to save load this dialogue, but it's not worth it. Might be worth it on LRT. I haven't tested it. There's quite a lot in these chapters that I honestly never tested because I usually just practice the boss fights.
That's right. Before I trust, say what? Do you know what prove your worth? We have a state. If you beat the sim, then the key card is all yours.
Alright. So ATB boost here to make sure I have 2 bars. Thunder got one of them. Barrett is doing a catastrophe. Tifa into uppercut here, and then she's just going to uppercut, dive kick, spam. Never mind, they're already dead. Actually, like, again, that was one of those that I was prepared to do a few more things, and the catastrophe clipped him. So, job done. Because Barrett's catastrophe, he has to, like, realign it, but it's really slow. So there's a chance that if he gets locked in and the other enemy is over here, he won't go over there and reach him. He'll run out of the, the move will finish by then.
We came to get a lab, access to art. We'll find a way. A board meeting. It's being held in.
Think they like we can even
Try it, and we need to find it. So you want to? You can climb it. Thanks for the tip.
I'm going to take this door out. So there's a lot of cutscenes in this chapter. Casually, this chapter is like 2 hours long or something because there's a lot of cutscenes. Luckily, obviously we skipped them, so it's not a problem for us, but we're then going to be doing a crawling vent. The same section you do in the original, where you crawl through the vents. It's more egregious here. I don't like this one. In original, it wasn't so bad, and you could play that cool little mini game where you could get the 4 slots and the ore materia or whatever.
All right, I'll wait out here.
You don't get nothing for this one.
Tifa. Maybe. Never mind. You're right. Oh, thank God. No one's in here.
Alright, skip the dialogue here, and then run over to the stall and get the quick latch, hopefully. I did. Nice. And then this is a just hold forward segment. This is why I don't like this part. This is just more load screen padding as opposed to it being like a fun mini game like it is in original. You know? Like, there is nothing to say here. Hold the appropriate direction when you get to the end of the hall. And sometimes Cloud goes out and still doesn't want to turn left when you want him to. Or whatever. He's just, yeah. This whole part is really gammy, really sticky. It's just minging, to be fair. This whole part. Yeah. Not my favorite part at all. Gammy, sticky, and minging? Yeah. That's exactly what this whole part is. I think that was an accurate description, personally. Like, most of this part of the game is pretty minging, to be fair. It's fun, the boss fights are sick, But this part in the run is tiring, you know. I'm usually pretty damn tired at these parts. And often or not, by the time I've done resets and got a run going, and I start a run, all of my good runs have started at like 3, 4 a.m. So then this one was much the same. I got this going at about 4:30. This I ran through till like 10:30. Take this line in between pillars, because I believe this is the most optimal line. You can bonk if you're not careful, but you have to wait for this camera change before you can skip. It's kind of annoying. There's a couple of cutscenes like that. And now we're cruising up on our way to Specimen, or Sample. He's called Specimen in this, but he's known as Sample in original. Oh man, I'm so excited for my Japanese copy of Final Fantasy VII International. Get to play that all again and understand none of it, because I can't read it.
Or perhaps instead.
Alright, boss time. Skip this cutscene. Now, I use a normal strategy here, which is ATB boost and fire rigger his left claw twice. I think I only need one in this difficulty, though. Yeah. So then Tifa to build ATB, she uppercuts into a star shower. That should immediately phase him. Nearly. There we go. I was a bit shy, but that's because I was down the damage from Cloud's second fire rigger. On normal, you do 2 fire riggers into Tifa, into Staff, and he's not even staggered yet. He's not even phased yet. So I go with the same idea here, because he's going to do Rake, and Rake jumps downtown. So you need to avoid that. Luckily, with Fire Rigger, with Argus spells, you have iframes. So we're going to pressure him. I'm going to try for a focus into a stagger. Switch to Tifa. Always switch to Tifa. Into uppercut dive kick, probably. Yup, into a phase shift. Okay, good. Final phase. Now we're going to do a catastrophe shower. Again, much like we did on the Specimen boss in Chapter 13 at the lab. This boss is unique, because even after it's dead, it gets an extra health gate and can't die for a further 2 seconds. Or so, 2 to 3 seconds after the fact. Alright. Manual catastrophe to the boss, to not hit a random scrub. Tifa dash behind, avoid Marco expulsion. All the other enemies are self-destructing. Star shower to get iframes and land the catastrophe shower. And then he's still health gated, now we can kill him. Otherwise the catastrophe would have killed him if he wasn't extra health gated. Like I said earlier, the enemies and bosses have to be health gated, otherwise you could just go in and catastrophe everything off the bat. Fire a mag here to take out majority of the guys. I actually got a bad roll because the shield guys are alive. And this dude is a legend. The soldier, the Shinra Guard of the Year, that guy there with the shield, that one who survived last. He gets the Guard of the Year award this year. These armored shock troopers and Intergrade are buff. Sorry, we're going to watch this again so I can explain the strat. But these guys are the example that I mentioned at the start of the game, where they got patched and they get a guarantee eject into this second form. In original 7 remake on PS4 version, you could catastrophe this room and they were dead. But now they get this guaranteed eject, so they get their second health bar, and you have to deal with it. I was ready for this, so I go behind him into a triple slash, into Tifa. I'm going to charge ATB with uppercut, spam a dive kick, that's big damage, overcharge to get him to eject. He's already going to eject by proxy, then I'm going to hit an Aurora, which I was hoping to catch both, but didn't, and then clean up with Cloud. Sorry, some of these fights, like, if it was on normal or hard, it's like I'm spitting bars trying to tell you the fight, because there's so much more. There's like double or triple what I just told you would go on in that fight in normal, or on a boss fight on hard.
I have come for you.
This is the last, most annoying part of the chapter, where you're forced to walk at this speed, because Sephiroth exists once again.
They have come again.
Alright, and we're out. Job done. 59 minutes ahead of PS4 times.
My mom and I's room looks exactly.
I love this song.
Every morning, I remember crying here.
It's a shame that we're speedrunning because it starts to go into this whistly melody and it's fucking beautiful, but you don't get to hear it in the speedrun. But it's a lovely song. Do go and listen to it. Alright, this bit, we're just running along, nothing really to do here. Ideally, you get around your compatriots, and you get ahead of the girls here, so you don't get blocked. But, yeah, it is what it is, it's fine. So this chapter, as my splits rightly say, this is just Hojo's bullshit, and then a boss rush at the end. We have to get through the drums and the wards, and once we're done with that, then it's boss rush city and with a mayor. She doesn't have ATB like I thought she did. Because Barrett has it, which is a problem, but it doesn't matter. It's just that fight could have been like 3 seconds faster. If she had ATB there, yeah. In an ideal world, she had ATB with Fire Magnify, and she won the fight on her own. But, yeah. I wonder how differently I would menu this level on an individual basis as opposed to being in a full run. Because on an individual level, I can set up a little better specifically for this level at the start of the level, right? And that's what's so great about them. But I don't know how differently I would actually do this level. Probably Aerith would start with some ATB there for a start. That would help. Okay, so we're in the drum. You're doing the first, second, third, and fourth wards. This place fucking sucks. It's like the sloggiest part of the run. Sorry, my throat is dreadful. It's the sloggiest part of the run, the sloggiest part of the game, and it's a cool setting. I love exploring more of the Shinra building. Well, not more, I guess, because it's not anything new, but I love it generally being in the Shinra building and exploring and whatnot, right? And just seeing like further reaches and corners that you maybe not have seen. I would love to go on every floor, right? It's just me. I love it. I love Midgar. But this level in the run is really annoying. It just outstays its welcome and goes on too long.
Yeah.
Not a bad level, but if playing casually, it's great. You'd probably save it, come off, come back on tomorrow, do a bit more. No worries, but
What is it?
But yeah, there's just like these little annoying lever sections, which I also think, yes, it gives Red something to do, but I think they were probably implemented like some sort of fake loading screens, much like the shimmying sections. Probably. It's probably an excuse for them to load the rest of the ward in the background or something for the PS4. Hence why any of the shimmy sections exist, like we covered earlier. Otherwise, yeah, this run, this level, this chapter, whatever you want to call it, is a slog, like I said. Only the first half. I like the second half. I like the boss rush. That's my favourite part of the game. The boss rush is tight. It's like the sickest part. It really is. But, and this one room is my least favourite room in the whole fucking game. I don't care what difficulty or whatever. This room absolutely sucks a cock. I hate it. Like, you get lucky with Stardust memes, but having ATB here and killing these mono drives... The thing with these mono drives, these Mark IIs, some of them, they alternate between being weak to magic and physical. So you need to, like, hit the appropriate one with the appropriate thing. But it's annoying. So I don't have ATB here, so I'm losing time in this room a little bit. It's not that bad. I don't know, like, I just need to practice the room, basically. Catastrophe, that guy, he's dead. Moth units do not exist on easy. We don't even know who they are. On normal, they're a problem. On normal, he can survive that, and then Cloud still has to do something.
Should be an elevator. Didn't expect any of this, but we just gotta roll with it. Come on.
I'm also looking forward to being able to actually like play as Red and have him in my team and stuff. In Rebirth, I mean. It's gonna be fun. The combat's gonna be so fun in Rebirth. Between Red, Yuffie, Tifa. Yuffie's really fun to play. Yuffie has probably some of the coolest combat in the game. It's a shame that hers is obviously in a different chapter, but that's another run I'll be doing next week. We'll be coming back to that and do some runs on that on PS5. I'm casually at the moment off stream playing through that and then trying to unlock all my shit again. Because I've never played... Before this, I'd never played Intergrade on the PS5. I'd only played Original on the 4 and Intergrade on PC. So this has been my first instance of playing Intergrade on the 5. I'm actually due now that I've done my speedruns. I was hoping to get a better normal time, but I honestly can't be asked to rerun it again. I'll probably let it sit for another fucking year, just because I go hard on this game for like 4 days, and then I have to have like a few months off, because... It's a slog, dude. It's a long, it's long. I still really love the game. It's one of my favorite games. I really enjoy it. But doing the runs over and over again is bollocks, But I'm going to do a casual story playthrough of this just for myself on PS5 soon. As I played it a few months back doing the modded playthrough. But this game, when I like, even now for a commentary, for example, my chat room's kind of dead. You may notice if you've watched any of my other runs on YouTube that my, like Resident Evil 1 is one of the most popular. And then, like, yeah, this game doesn't do that well, so I don't stream it that much.
But what about you, Tifa? How are you holding?
It's just not a very popular game to watch in terms of, like, speedrunning and stuff. People love watching the classics. The 7, 8, 9 classic brings people in, but people don't like this game in that concept. And a lot of people still haven't even played it yet, so it's like... People are waiting for the whole trilogy to finish until they even bother, and so it's like, this game doesn't get the attention I feel like it deserves still. It did a little bit when it came out for a while, but I think it's been at it's been at RPG Limit Break and GDQ and whatever I think before, but or ESA or whatever. But yeah, I think it's a good run, even though you may think, oh, it's a baby category or whatever. I think it's fucking 4 to 5 hours. I'm not doing new game in this, which is 7 hours. And bosses are obnoxious, and, like, no. The fights are really annoying in New Game. They're cool when you get them down, but some of these last couple of chapters in New Game Normal are annoying. I still have issues with some of these chapters, these latter chapters on New Game Plus. Like, I nearly died on Sephiroth on my run. Like, the last couple of bosses are actually quite tough. Even when you've got... Because I don't have HP pluses and stuff either, and I don't have curing magic. So it's my own fault, but I'm set to go fast, not to play casually. And therefore, when bosses beat me up on normal difficulty, it's like, oh, shit. Because I've got, like, half of my HP that I'd normally have. So... But yeah, I just think this game doesn't get the love it deserves. In, like, maybe it does in a casual fan base way, but just, I think the speedruns, New Game Plus or New Game of this game, I think they're more interesting than people have given credit for. I know people don't like long speedruns that much, but I think if more people sat down and watched one of these, I think they'd be like, oh, actually, that was pretty cool. Like, I think it's at least interesting. And it's a good-looking game as well. The graphics are great. It's fast combat, it's actiony, it's not turn-based. So I feel like it should have done, like... I feel like, yeah, it should have done better than it did. But these action fantasies, however much Square Enix are trying to pump them out, they're not that popular, really. This game is, because it's 7, but that's the only reason it's as popular as it is in the first place. Currently, the in-between games, it's dead in the water right now. 16 was buzzing for, like, what, 5 months? Now, it came out this year, and in, like, June, it's now November. I don't hear nothing about 16 anymore. Does anyone even still play 16? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not... Meanwhile, I'll go on Twitch, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are still massively streamed and played every fucking day. And everyone's like, oh, Final Fantasy 9 speedrun, I'll watch that. So, yeah. Like, to me, that speaks volumes. Sorry, I'm not explaining the strat. Fire and Magnify. All the dogs. GG's. Worthy reminder, those dogs can dodge, and they do, and they probably did the first one. I wasn't paying enough attention, but I probably had to manually switch to Aerith and do a fire there, more than likely, just to make sure that she actually locks on, and they're less likely to dodge if you're the one controlling the character, in my experience. So in terms of menu setup as well, I didn't cover that. I digress too much. The main thing that I set up for menuing here is Aerith having Fire Magnify again. And then I'm going to switch that in a little while after this sequence, after this area. It's going to switch to Thunder Mag for the next areas. And that's basically it. In the Zanine fights here, I'm casting Fyra with, or Fyriga potentially, I'm not sure, I think I'm just doing Fyra, with Aerith and Uppercut Dive Kick with Tifa. It's a bit of a flowchart, you can just, you know, so sorry if I haven't been explaining that well, that's why, it's kind of simple, I was distracted. Got on the subject of how, like, yeah, the modern action fantasies to me don't seem as popular. They are, but they're not. Anyway. So, here, I'm gonna Fyriga. I don't have a hotkey for it, that's why I went to her to do it manually. And then Tifa's just building up, look how much she pressures, and it's dead. Dive Kick does a lot of damage. Tifa, oh, Aerith missed, that was so unlucky. She just missed. Unfortunate, took me away from the door. Lost a few seconds here, because I could have been ready there, but I had to clear up Aerith's mess. Aerith's amazing, but she let me down when Tifa's around, so... Right, when Aerith says, I hate that man, I really do, that is my cue to make sure I'm on Thunder. Battle settings, switch here, Thunder Mag. I choose to do Thundara Mag as well. I never use it, it's more for normal. It's good to have both aspects though. It's a waste of time on this difficulty, however, I lost time there. I can just use Thunder. She does 4,000 to them, and they're dead and staggered, and she gets bar. Just, you know, that's it. There's some RNG with these enemies on the way back, because they play whack-a-mole, and they can pop up and down. In both instances, they're sledge worms. Cool enemy. Annoying in the speedrun. In both instances in which you have to fight them, they're a pain in the ass, and there's RNG for where they do their whack-a-mole shenanigans. Like, perpetual infinite time lost to be... time to be gained and lost from those enemies.
You two stay there.
Okay. Be careful.
And you have to remember the ward option doors are 3, 2, 4. You have to do this one now, because otherwise what happens is you go over there, you pull out the things, you run over, and then Red says, we have to open the door to the second ward. And I've done it on a run and been like, oh, fuck, dude, I forgot. So, just know that. Like, got here, and he sat down. I'm like, what are you sitting down for? And he's like, we have to open the door. And I'm like, oh, son of a...
More of Hojo's experiments.
So, cruising through here, a few, like, timed and forced encounters. All you can do is just try and kill them as fast as you can. So, triple slash here into Catastrophe. Oh, sorry, Punisher mode into mash square for a full combo, then triple slash Catastrophe. Which was also comboed into Stardust Ray, courtesy of Red. One of the coolest things in the game is watching Red and Barrett doing a dual limit break together. It's so fun. And they do it all through Chapter 18 as well. Like, that's how they kill the Whisper Harbinger. It's fucking awesome. I hope to see more of that in the future remakes. Alright, so after Hoyo finishes talking shit, then we can leave. He's called Hojo, I know, but he's also called Hoyo in Spanish. And it's kind of like... Once I heard that and started using it, I couldn't unhear it and unuse it. So now I just call him Hoyo as well. Anyone who's watched me play Crisis Core will be aware of that one. Shoutouts to Wolf DNC.
I never grow tired of watching my toys be broken, no matter how many times I've seen it happen. Such is the case when you truly enjoy your work. Now, for the next step.
You can't save load that either, because if you press start there, it's like a... There's no... It's like one of them pause and nothing sit screens. It's not like a menu screen where you can save, basically. It's just a pause screen. So, this is the Sledge Worms, the Whack-A-Mole. Yeah, ideally you want Thunder Magnify, but I never want a menu for it. So I catastrophe into triple slash into Punisher where appropriate, using what I have when I have it. If I have meter, I do triple slash. If I need meter, I do Punisher into square spam. You get the idea. I don't need to like mollycoddle the viewer at this point. 4 hours into the run, they're fully aware. You're all fully aware what what's going on with Cloud and his attacks, right? All right, Brain Pod. This is an interesting fight. There's a forced. You do the first phase here. It's like a mini boss, really. First phase and get it down to the cutscene. Then this happens, and this is all forced and timed. This is dangerous on normal. You can. I've nearly died on this room. Also, because I'm an idiot, when I ran normal, I kept all the same health values and everything. I changed none of my loadout. Mainly because I like how it all is, and I haven't got the materia. I haven't got the room to have much more materia. Anyway, so he's claimed himself, and he does a noxious whirl. What we're going to do, ideally, Cloud has meter here, but he doesn't have it. So I'm going to roll around to the right side of the room, gather all the enemies to follow me, and catastrophe them all in the back. Like that. I was ready to carry on playing, because they never die that fast. That was the best I've ever had that. And it was almost unintentional. I rolled around the room, not to actually gather them, but to get out of the way, get to where that door is, and then start to get into Punisher mode and start building up ATB. But as it happens, I happened to loop them round, and Barrett then just destroyed them all in a line. I copied the same thing on normal and still had a good result. So I think out of everything that went well, like out of all the things that went badly on normal on this chapter, that went well, I think. Some of the later stuff went terribly, though. Like, my arsenal on normal was garbage, but everything on this run is pretty good. My cat's jumping around being a menace. What are you doing, cat?
Call up Tifa. See if they can get to the central terminal.
This is not a cutscene. The amount of times I try to skip that. Alright, Cloud has meter here, so triple slash into overcharge. They're health gated anyway, so you can't like immediately kill them, but...
Right. On it. Tifa. Red fell to your level.
Oh no! Come on!
So yeah, after the boss on chapter 16, specimen / sample, on normal, everywhere after that gets a pain, gets difficult, but this is okay on this one. So we're looking to Thunder Magnify these guys as and when we have it. But we need to make sure they're not dipping out of the screen. Got him.
Worked up a good sweat.
What are you doing, cat? What are you playing with? Alright, then these guys, Thunder Magnify into uppercut, dive kick, spam.
No surprises there.
Tried and true strats. And these enemies, normally, you're not supposed to use Thunder on these. But Aerith just killed one with Thunder. So, yeah. As I said, elemental weaknesses and affinities really don't matter when your magic is that buff. On normal or hard or anything else, it does. But on easy, it kind of doesn't. The game's just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Here's just 4,000 damage anyway. Just because even though that should have healed the enemy technically, but... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're not a thing, but they cast Thunder. So that's why, like, in my head, Thunder shouldn't be good against them, but... That's me judging a book by its cover, I guess, right? Being a bigot. Maybe that's not actually, they're not really Thunder enemies. In my opinion, those enemies don't actually exist, so they're not from the real 7, so therefore it don't mean shit, so it doesn't matter. You know. They were only in test tubes and in a cutscene. You never fought any of those enemies. Or at least to my knowledge, anyway. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, on your third disc, you could fight that enemy. Alright, Thunderbag, everything dies. Preferably, Okay, good. Then it's door number 4.
This was a good idea, right?
And then here I'm making sure Aerith has ether, because in the position where they're stood is where they're going to have to finish off a boss fight. Like a 2-part boss fight that Cloud and Barret start. The Swordipede, which also was a regular enemy, a random enemy in a Shinra building in classic FF7, and it was another one much like Hell House and Eligor, who were random mobs that became bosses, which I think was super sick. You don't get to see it for long, but the fucking design of Swordipede in this version of the game is so amazing. Like, wow. It looks so menacing. It's like the scariest looking enemy in the whole game. And these were just random mobs in Shinra building that you used to just, like, grind in between red dudes. And moth units. Every enemy you fight in this version of the game is the same. Like, you do fight them in the original 7. So here, overcharge Thunder into... What did I do? Sorry, let me go back. I did Thunder Girl, right? No, I cancelled it for Thunderer because it's faster. That's it. Into an overcharge, I think, with Barret there. Then here, just 2 Thundergers with Aerith. Turn off the mag. Magnify reduces damage. Whack! Then Tifa uppercut and it's dead. Perfect. One of the best. Sometimes you don't have ATB there. He starts spinning around the outside and killing you, and you have to revive, and then you need ATB again. And oh my god, he's a pain. But if you get it right and you got the stuff, then you can just delete him. So now signifies our boss rush. We finished with Hojo's bullshit. Swordipede, I don't even have him in my splits, bless him. But the real sort of start of the boss rush is Jenova. Which is coming up right now. Well, yeah, next couple of minutes. So there's a menu that I need to do that I'll tell you before we get there, which is I'm basically going to set up Aerith to have Blizzard Magnify for the Jenova fight. Everything else practically stays the same. I might switch. I think I switch over Barret's ATB to Aerith if he currently has it, which he does, I think. Anything remaining goes to Aerith and Tifa, basically. That's the menu. So it's just Aerith, Ice, Magnify, any remaining ATB where it belongs, got a Damarung on Cloud, and then that's ready for Jenova.
The president's office, and then the roof.
Wait, once we get in there,
we're ready.
The elevator, now's the time for any unfinished business.
I hate that extra, like, wait, and that extra dialogue. I've already pressed the elevator, like, yes, don't ask me again, kind of thing. Just an excuse for an extra few lines of dialogue. Like, yes, I'm ready. I wouldn't have pressed the damn elevator otherwise. I know the game has to, like, warn you, point of no return and whatnot, but still. It bugs me. Okay, make sure he's got the Damarung. She's all set. And then set here. I probably mistakenly... No, I don't. Okay, it's the one time in the game I don't do it twice. Because you don't need to. She only uses it on some tentacles. That's what it's there for. It can backfire if you're not careful and you just willy-nilly tell Aerith to use magic in the Jenova fight. Like, I'm scared to do it. I only do it at a certain point of the fight. Because Jenova has Reflect up most of the time. And I'm never paying enough attention to know the phases correctly. Because I'm just in there doing things. Triple slash, Star Shower. I'm, like, working. I'm not paying attention to what Jenova's doing. So, Jenova will Reflect. And if you hit her with a fire spell, if Aerith hits Jenova with a magic spell while Jenova is in Reflect stage... Aerith's magic's pretty damn powerful, Reflect is pretty damn good, and Aerith ends up pretty damn... Well, Aerith and maybe 2 others end up... Or Aerith and 1 other can end up pretty damn dead. So, on normal, it happens a lot, where I will tell Aerith to do Blizzaga to the tentacle, she will do it, but one of the magnifiers will go to Jenova, and then she gets deleted for it. I still do it in this run, and I honestly usually kind of get lucky to get away with it. Right, triple slash. Aerith, I don't know what to do with her yet. I need to relab the fight, but my fight is programmed for Cloud and Tifa. Aerith just gets involved a bit later, or revives anyone that dies. So, triple slashes, uppercut, dive kicks, and star showers. Rolls for these moves, like dodging it. And trying to maintain stacks of, like, not in-game pressure, but actual pressure. Like, all of us kicking the fuck out of her. Star Shower to charge up my next attack. Tifa has time warding. I didn't have to menu it because she's already set this way. But a very important strategy that I follow here is having Tifa with time warding. Genova uses slow and stop a lot, and it stops them being frozen. Tifa's the fastest to move around. She can uppercut these tentacles in one uppercut as well. Optimally, you set Cloud to triple slash here, and you play as Tifa dashing around uppercutting these things. Telling him to triple slash, telling Aerith to Blizzaga Magnify. But this part is quite hard to do everything that you want to do all at once. Like, I haven't practiced this fight enough to get my head and my hands around it. You'll often see me lock in with Cloud, and I'm honestly wasting time by just playing as him. We're trying to pressure and stagger her, but while other tentacles are up, she is immune. So we have to take care of the other tentacles. And I think you can do a one wave of tentacles, and I often happen to get two. Especially on normal, I don't get to stagger Jenny in time. But the trick is, just as you drop, I keep checking on her, see? Because I want to drop the last couple of tentacles with Cloud and be here, preferably. It's not working so far, though. Like, I'm trying it, but it's not having it. Can I triple slash this one? No, I didn't. Okay, I just killed it normally. Now back to the boss. Now I want to get back to Tifa. Perfect. Stagger before that comes out. Star Shower. Big damage. Like I said, Star Shower itself is a chunky move. I think, other than like maybe a True Strike or something, Bridal Strength into True Strike, I can't remember. I think Star Shower is still her most powerful move statistically. And then it powers up the next attack, like I mentioned earlier, so it's really useful. So here we're going to go in, triple slash, cross slash. Aerith, I don't know what to do because I don't know if she's going to get reflected or not. So I choose to just not really do a lot with her, but just have her there anyway. Like, ready. Evade this thing with parry whirl. Dive kick. I'm trying to just build meter with Tifa, really. And here it's just finish it with whoever. There we go. I thought Cloud would finish, but then he got knocked away, and it was like, ah, shit, so I had to kind of pick up with Tifa, but that works too. The point is, she's dead. It's 4 hours, 18 minutes. Genova's dead. That's pretty fucking nice. Now we're about to fight Rufus. This is a cool fight. One of my favorite fights in the game. I like how it plays out. It's cool even on hard mode. The strategy is exactly the same. I play it always exactly the same way. Give or take extra damage on the last phase, because my cross slash is going to kill him. It won't kill him on hard mode. You have to do more. You have to, like, braver him into cross slash or whatever. Well, you probably use Ascension on hard mode, but I don't know. Anyway, triple slash the dog first. Second hit hits Rufus. Third hit hits the dog. Punisher, focus the dog, stagger and health gate him like that. Perfect. This went absolutely perfect. And then repeat. The next phase again, we're going to edge to the right with the camera so that we soft lock. You'll see the soft lock, and I don't actually lock, but I do get the soft lock. I soft lock the dog, triple slash, hit Rufus, dog again, and then I kill the dog. So it's a repeat of what you've just seen, but I just basically continue on with it and just do it the same way. So here, I am actually hard locked onto the dog. If you see locked on, that's a hard lock. If you just see the cursor with no locked on, no text, that's a soft lock. I forgot to mention that like 4 hours ago. Yikes. Would have been real useful in Chapter 2. I like this song. Also, really cool boss. Alright, roll twice to the right, and then hit him with sleep. I've already got binding materia equipped with Cloud from the start of the game. Did that sleep not work, and I still just cross-slashed him? Why did he bounce? I'm sorry, I'm just watching. When I played this, I did the strat as I know it to be, and I honestly didn't pay much attention. I just did the inputs. But now I'm watching it back. I'm thinking, why didn't the sleep take? He usually just goes, and just stops what he's doing and falls asleep, and then you just cross slash him in the face and he's dead. So what even happens here? Did he jump, or did my sleep explode him? Like, someone leave the answer on a postcard below or something. Jesus. So he landed out of that. Is he going to sleep there while I'm immune? I have no idea. Either way, he's fucking dead. But that is the strat. It normally works. I have no idea how it just didn't work. You can't sleep him more than once, I think, in the fight as well. He's immune after the first time. So now we want Barret, Thunder Elemental, Aerith, Thunder Magnify, everyone with ATB, Barret with Gotterdammerung. Remember, I've only got one of them, because it's console. So I want Thundara Mag, and Solaris is for haste. Special Excel strats. You're not even ready for them yet. But your kids are going to love them. Catastrophe, the drones. There's some RNG here, because if he just hits Arsenal, this doesn't work. If he hits the drones appropriately, he does that and puts him into the next phase immediately. And because he has Gotterdammerung, in the rest of this fight, he will gain... there's a chance, if the fight drags on, he can gain another limit break for the later phase. In earlier runs that I used to do with this, I used to use 2 of his catastrophes in this. Come exactly to this position and put an arcane ward. Just do as I say, and as I do, actually, in this instance. Because that will... you'll see why that's handy and why it has to be right there. People used to look at me like, what? Like, thinking I'm crazy for this strategy. You will see why that arcane ward is important. It's more useful than normal, but especially if you're playing casually, put it there by that pillar at the start of the fight every time. Alright, she's hasted. We're now balancing out overcharges, Thundergers. Oh, look, another blue electric stun that we can't do anything about. And Thunderger with Aerith. She has Magnify on Thunder and Thundara, but her Thunderger is solo. Because I want that one, I'm actually doing it manual when I should be doing L1 square. But I'm also making sure I get the boss and not the wheels. When she's in an arcane ward, she gets 2 casts for 1 cast. It's a double cast. That's what the ward does. So I stand in it, do a thunder, she gets 2 thunders. That's why we use it. Barret can use it as well. It's absolutely fine. The position of where it is the most important. Anyway, continuing on. Overcharges, Thundergers where appropriate. Just that's all you're doing. You're keeping away with Aerith, trying to stay safe from its big pulse cannons. And also be able to hit it. Quite often, you can't see it, and her ranged magic needs to hit to get bar. I think I was going the wrong way to the wrong side. I was getting a bit lost, but... So there's a second Thunderger, because she gets the free one. He's going to do one as well. Right, now he's going to do Pulse Cannon. Pulse Cannon is a problem. It's his most powerful attack. You can't knock him out of it either. You have to, like, watch it. Aerith has bar here, and Barret's safe. That's fine. On other... maybe you can knock him out of it, but I've never been able to. And on some of his other attacks, it has like a main cannon or like a visible weak spot where it wants you to strike. That move I don't think is one of them. Like, I don't know how to deal with that move. So, he's got a catastrophe ready. I should have used it here. I honestly don't know why I didn't. I probably wasn't paying attention because there was so much else. Ether. I'm trying to get meter. Trying to overcharge. I don't even know if that hit. I think he hit the fucking rocks. But, like, yeah, I should have catastrophed. That would have done this little phase a lot quicker. Or, the other way I used to do it would be, you can catastrophe this phase too. But this is the final phase. This is why that arcane ward was important. Arcane ward, sorry, was important. Because the positioning allows us for it to be... If you do the fight quick enough, the ward is still up. So the plan is that the ward is still there on the very final phase when he does Cry Havoc, and you get a 3 double thunder. And again, that's a normal mode strat or a hard mode strat, something you would use on those difficulties. She's so buff that her 1 Thunderger just killed it anyway. She didn't need it. So... But it's like pre-planning. There's no reason not to do that, really. It enabled me to get double casts during the fight, so there's no reason to not play it like that. Here, basically, give Cloud ATB and Gotterdammerung. So that's it. Give him ATB Stagger and First Strike. Tifa can have a stagger, that's fine. Doesn't really matter either way here now. This is the final chapter. The final countdown. We're on the final area. We just got to complete Kingdom Hearts 4 before it's ever announced, and then deal with Sephiroth, and then, yeah. Don't talk to her, go straight into the hurricane.
Ready?
Down for yes. I forgot to mention that earlier, that's an important strat in this game. Some of these options are down for yes. Roll twice to each one of these blue arrow sections. 2 rolls of the exact distance, give or take. It's like 2 rolls and 2 steps. I also really like this song. There's a lot of good songs in this game. And this really feels like, this song, when you hear it in the run, this is like, this is it. This is leading up to the final battle. And that's the mood of this song. It's true. Like, that's what this song makes me feel like that, and it's actually where we are in the run. So,
That's a whisper too, huh?
Looks a lot more like an
are we of faith than the others.
We can beat them.
Oh yeah, also fun fact, Red 13 is voiced by, I can't remember the actor's name, but he is Ryuji in Persona 5. The guy that's like, for real? Because I'm thinking of a line he says in a minute where he says, a glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today. Alright, this bit, triple slash, which gets me away from Crimson Arc. Tifa unfortunately got clapped there. In an ideal world, you use Catastrophe here, and it deletes all of them, and you get fucking the next phase really fast. I can't remember what the move is I want. Is it Concession or something? Or Reformation? And then Intercession is the next one, I think. But either way, we're just using what we have available. Overcharges, spells, there's Reformation. That's not the move I want, actually. So, because depending on how you kill the... How and how quick you kill these Whispers changes the timing on this chapter. This chapter is either like an 11-minute God run or a 15 to 18-minute cocksucker. Correction, that's the move. Ideally, if you catastrophe all 3 of those Whispers at the start and they all get deleted, he does correction or whatever he just did there immediately, like now, and then we're already going. So this whole section, there's like, you could save a minute here. Interesting thing here, if we cannonball Cloud through this part, you can be ahead of Tifa, and look, Tifa dies. See? On my normal run, I got ahead of Barrett there. But yeah, Tifa fell off the stage. Broke the game. I noticed it while it was happening as well. I was like, wait, where did Tifa go? She fell. What the fuck? Alright, anyway. Triple slash again, avoiding Crimson Arc. It gets me away from it. That's why I use it. Star Shower. Into Thundara. Triple slash where available. Now, you can't kill these Whispers yet, but when you can kill them in the next few... Inviolate is an annoying one. He often does Immolate as well. This is not a thing. If he does an Elemental Blast there, it's not ideal. That means we're behind. If we'd have killed this guy quicker, we're looking for Intercession. And like I say, on each one of these sequences, there's a chance that if you do it correctly, the Harbinger will just do the thing he's meant to do. But yeah, on the next few, not these sequences, but the latter parts, especially where Barrett fucks off with Red, those Whispers later on, when you actually kill them, depending on who you kill them with, depends your final party. It like defines your final party. So you'll notice I go out of my way to waste Barrett's ATB in some sequences coming up, because I don't want him to get the final hit, and I'm trying to get Tifa and Aerith, because that's my final squad. I've had it before in a run where Barrett has accidentally been there and I've lost my Gotterdammerung because I had it on Tifa and I didn't get Tifa on that run. So I was like, shit. So I had to finish a run with Barrett once and it lost me some time, but whatever. Here, normally, I like to go into this fight with 2 bars and I'll often triple slash counter stance. He does temper and then it will immediately... I'll counter stance his next move because he charges up Flurry, sorry. Then I want to work on here with Tifa. Again, drop him. She's star showering right now off screen. I don't know if that one counts, but that's one that I at least like to chalk up to Tifa, just so I can say, right, she's killed one, that should be... I think it's done on like a point system, in a way that like, per Whisper killed plus like 10 points, sort of thing. And then that decides who, like, it's like an affection mini game, depending on, and then it depends who you get at the end, right? Or it defines who you get at the end.
What the hell did I just see?
Here we go.
A glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here today.
For real? Can't believe it's the same guy. What range? Great voice actor. Alright, we're coming up to the end. Not much to go now. Oh yeah, but we've got like 19 Whispers to kill. Bahamut, some more Whispers, and then Sephi. So, in the next 9 minutes, that's what's going to happen. Alright, Cloud's got unfortunate ATB here, and Barrett has loads. Alright, that's it. I think, oh yeah, go. I used Aurora to at least start doing something. Cloud's getting knocked around, which is unfortunate. So I'm just switching out, because I think Cloud got... You couldn't see it there, but Cloud got staggered, so I switched to Barrett. Some electric stun. And then just alternating triple slash, Punisher mode into square spam. Trying to get Barrett to not win against these guys. Like, I'm probably going to do Steel Skin. No, I did a Thunder. This enemy... That was a mistake. That healed him. This enemy is a Thunder enemy, so I massively fucked up. So I tried to do Eroga to, like, catch myself back up, which doesn't really. Oh, it did. No, it did. Once the Eroga fully popped, it fully did. Then Cloud finishes it off. So that was a mistake there on my half. I didn't realise that this was a Thunder Elemental. And Barrett just happens to have that spell. It was I choose Thunder because Thunder's the fastest spell. So that's why I always go for Thunder if I can. But it lands me in hot water on some enemies like that occasionally. But it was okay. It was okay. So with the time save in this run that I've seen that I know I can get, this 439 could be a 437. But I don't know if I could get it down much more than that. Unless I find some other completely new strats. Or just absolutely sweat it out to make sure everything is perfect every damn time, you know. Not one mistake. But even still, then it would get really annoying, and I don't like that. I don't want to, like, make the game... I don't want to hate the game that way. I like running it, I like getting good times at it, and I like grinding it when I do, but I couldn't continue to grind, like, there are some people I watch that run hard mode, like the Sid, and people like that. They only practically run this game, and they stream this game all the time, and run this game all the time, and I couldn't do that. Can't do that with any game. That's why I, like, you know, for those of you that watch on my stream, you know, but for anyone that doesn't, for those of you that watch on YouTube, you will soon know that I happen to run different games near enough every day. Like, just whatever I feel like on the day. Fuck it, we're running Resi, we're running Bouncer, we're running FF7. I change my mind all the time. Alright, anyway, one of the final encounters with these dickheads. So here, I haven't laid down enough damage. If you get that triple slash off the bat, it immediately puts them here, but I couldn't actually get it set up. So, no, I used to do this with Tifa, but I'm going to do it with Cloud now. That's how I currently do it. Is I sit in Punisher mode below Bahamut's spawn. And then when that cutscene is like finished after his roar, I hit a cross slash which drops him. Aerith sends an Arga spell. In this case, he's dead. Never mind. Sometimes you need Tifa dive kick, Arga spell. You need, like, especially on normal, you need a few more things here. Oh, again, using whoever's got meter to use their abilities, really. Her doing Arga, Tifa getting in with uppercuts. Hopefully that Thundarga doesn't heal the Thunder enemy again. I think I might accidentally heal him again. I think I did. Oh no, it's Harbinger. Okay. Again, Tifa and Aerith to kill. Or Cloud. That is my team. As soon as Barrett is out of your squad, you're good. Because then he can't really... Even though him and Red finish them, the mini game thing is classed on your party getting the finishes, not those. So like at this point, I'm pretty guaranteed to get Aerith and Tifa now. This phase, I always forget this phase exists, and I think we're on the last phase of Harbinger, but we're not. Damn, Sephiroth really don't take that long, huh? The whole Sephiroth thing feels like 10 minutes when you're doing it. Because of like the little forced cutscene during the fight like this. These forced cutscenes, they're like 12 to 20 seconds, right? They're not even that bad. When you're playing, they feel like an eternity a lot of the time, especially when you've seen them a lot. Every one of these little phases here, I keep thinking is the last Harbinger phase, and I'm ready for Aerith to hit that thunder, because she can thunder the very last part of Harbinger and just immediately kill him, and it's really nice. If she has meter to do it. She should do here, yeah. Uh-oh. Don't show him that yet. You ain't supposed to see that yet, Cloud. That's for later. They just wanted to tease the player there. Look, we are going to make all of the game. Look, this is what that part of the game is going to look like in nice graphics. That's what they were trying to show. Okay, this bit here is where if Aerith has meter, she can just do an immediate thunder. I did this fucking slowly because I didn't have it hotkeyed, but whatever. Wow, this guy takes 2.5 minutes. Alright, triple slash him immediately. I don't menu. Triple slash pressure him. And if you're lucky, you knock him, or he knocks you, as it were. This is correct. This is how he is, like, he does knock you there. I think you can block that, though. The one you want is this one. Where you knock him back. It's because he wasn't fully staggered yet. But the times when he knocks you back, it's, like, scripted, like this. Like that. This is a phase shift. So now this will be Aerith coming in. This is when she does Sorcerer's Storm in a cutscene, I think. Looks like it anyway. Maybe she just zaps it, I don't know, but...
Did you miss me?
Not really.
Not really. We can take him. Alright, Eroga, that was your downfall, Sephi, because she has Firaga, and she's a way more powerful mage than you will ever be. Down. Yup. Aerith carries this fight. Her Arga spells clutch this fight out. Not like, as in we win with an Arga spell, but like... it's important that she's here with her Arga spells to take him down a peg. On normal, he's a problem still, like I said earlier. Like, he nearly killed me here on normal. Alright, here comes Tifa, the wife. Somersault. I need to unlock that limit break on this file. Haven't got that on this file yet.
Let's go.
Right, he's going to do an infusion. Wind is his downfall again. She just needs to do Firaga. Hit him with his weakness. Get Tifa behind him. Whoever you're playing is who he focuses. So, like, play a character, change character. Like, play a character, do an ability, switch character. Like this. There we go. Stagger him down. And we're just trying to get him into Shadow Flare phase. Just DPS. Here we go. And then here, cross slash. We want another cross shower. Cross slash into Star Shower. I think the cross slash actually kills him before Star Shower even takes off. But then the time ends at Sephiroth's defeat. When you see Sephiroth defeated on screen.
Don't overdo it.
Dead. Second hit of Star Shower. That would be... That will... When they retime that, that'll be a 4:39:10. I think. They might... I mean, I was pretty quick on the split there. But they might class that as a 39.10. I don't really care. It's a second. Whatever.
We can do this. We can. We can change it. Make it right.
quickly.
Such a great cutscene. There we go. I will call it at that from here. There is, I watch a few, in the actual run, I watched the next couple of cutscenes, and then I even stick my head in at the end and say, like, I feel like the run did pretty well. I did pretty well there. I'm happy with that time, blah, blah, blah. For those of you that you've just watched all of this, you're not, you know, you can go over there and see that at the end of that video. I presume you're not going to want to sit and watch all these nonsense cutscenes for no reason. You know, it's good on the end of that run, but on a commentary, I feel like it's unnecessary and unneeded. But yeah, I'll let this play out for a minute right now while I finish addressing you. But yeah, there we go. That was my newest Final Fantasy VII Remake, New Game Plus Easy NMG speedrun on PS5 in 4 hours, 39 minutes, and around 11 seconds or so, give or take. It was pretty good. I hope you enjoyed. Maybe we'll watch a little, you know, we could watch a little bit of the Sephiroth cutscene though, right? Before we go. I want to hear his speech. Then we'll call it.
That which lies ahead
Does not yet exist. Amazing song as well. Remix of Cries to the Planet.
Our world will become a part of it.
One day. Not end. Nor will I have you end.
This is
the edge of creation.
The edge of creation.
Sorry, I can't do it as well as Tyler. He was Superman. Tyler Hoechlin. I think that's his name. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry if I said it wrong. But he was a Superman, I believe. I've not seen it, but I don't watch movies. I said I was going to call it, but I'm going to watch this cutscene again, because I really like this. So I have a theory here, I'm going to explain it as well. I have a theory that Cloud is actually, at this moment, he unlocks his level 50 end game. Like, he's unlocked. Watch him flash step like he's a Bleach character. God, my fucking Elgato couldn't even keep up with it. It was getting framey here. He doesn't have this ability. Like, he's not this good yet. But for this fight, in this fight alone, in my headcanon, he unlocks the ability to go end game just to stand toe-to-toe at the edge of creation with him here, and then he loses it. It's like going Super Saiyan 5. 7 seconds till the end. You, perhaps.
But what will you do with it?
Let's see. Yeah, I think just for that battle, for that moment there, Cloud unlocks his end game, like, Omni-slash killing Sephiroth at the final cutscene powers. And that's the only reason he could stand up to him there. And then it just fades off of him, like I said, like Ultra Instinct or Super Saiyan for the first time, and then like he can't reach that level again. So, yeah. And then I skipped that there. So, anyway, I'm going to call it there. Either way, that's going to be it for this commentary. Thank you for sitting through all of this. If you sat all the way to the end, I appreciate you very much. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube if you're not already. Follow on Twitch if you're not already following. Also, I stream and run these games over on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Excel86J. Same name everywhere. I'm often streaming games like this or other speedruns, many and most weeknights, so feel free to come over and hang out. If you want to be in one of these runs and be in the chat room, then you know where to be. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.